А? Чё решил?
Запустил?
Ты запустил?
Да.
Сейчас.
Все, не ругайся.
Спок ведет трансляцию Шерлок Холмс. И чё? А как сделать? Вот так на весь экран. Все, готово.
Идти, убавлять.
Чё,
Так.
громкие?
И да, и то, и это. И то, и сё.
Пойдем, Милаш. Ручки надо помыть, да? Ручки, да.
И...
На тебе фломастер, на тебе раскраску. Все, сиди, рисуй. На.
Все, сохранилось.
Сиди, рисуй.
Отлично.
Рисуй. Все, проснулась, играй. Играй. Ну что ты там запускаешь? Нет.
Так я запустил.
А у меня до сих пор этот рабочий стол.
Какой
Ну, в
рабочий стол?
смысле,
Вот.
ну, игры главное меню.
Мануть меня вздумал. Ну все вроде. Или я что-то хотел. На. Да и пофиг.
А. Ты ручки себе не рисуй себе на руках. Вон, в тетрадке рисуй. Это колпачок. Колпачок. А это фломастер. Колпачок. Все, колпачок вот так на фломастер надевай.
Так ты можешь же в Твиче включить это там минимальную задержку. Там, по-моему, есть настройка такая. Понял?
Настройка. Качество дополнительно. Низкая задержка у меня стоит.
Ну все, у меня вообще нет задержки. По идее. Видишь, как он долго грузит?
Буба. А это попугай рядом.
Трынь.
Птичка.
И текстурки пошли.
Опа, она загрузилась. Такой ты Шерлок, не Шерлок. Это Шерлок Холмс. Да.
Шишки, говорит. Все понятно, все понятно.
А? Дуся? Дуся, да.
Дуся.
Дуся.
Тетя говорит.
Дуся, да? Давай, поехали. Что там? Да это Шерлок Холмс. А говорит Сёма говорит. Гуся, да. Вот ты побежал, да? Смотри, как бежит.
Treasure maps from the governor. Find 8 and come back for more.
Ну, газету. Вот, видишь, лошадка.
А тут две.
Иго-го, да. Видишь, иго-го, лошадка. Да, вот это.
Вот это несуществующий человек.
Это
это чем
Что,
получается? Не. Я, получается, могу вообще 3 сделать, да?
Кого 3?
Просмотра. 3 просмотра или нет?
А, да игра это. Сёма это говорит, Сёма. Дядя Сёма, помнишь? Приезжал к тебе такой. Дядя Сёма.
А Дашу
Да.
помнишь?
Тетю Дашу помнишь? Тетя Даша. Да, приезжала. Попиздеть, да, смотри.
М. А, тут что-то искать надо? Вот что не знаю. А, это вообще другое что-то. Так, журнальчик. Заморская муза. Та-та-та. Что же мы будем делать?
Давай, влезай ко мне сюда, садись. То есть будем смотреть, вон как Сёма играет.
Так, а мы... А, мы поставили метку тогда. Мы метку-то что, поставили же? Поставили. А мы не на метке. Вот метка. Погнали на метку. Вот, я все вспомнил. Что мы делали.
Contest for the guests of Cordona. Find
Greeting.
Он бегает, мальчик, видишь? Дядя бегает.
Это как кто чел?
hello.
Слушай, она у меня вообще на изи уснула. Я жене пишу, говорю, типа, у меня все, говорю, малая спит. Нифига ты, говорю, ну, молодец. Вообще не верит в меня.
Но...
Она вообще, я ее просто положил, говорю, все, говорю, спать пора. Она говорит, хорошо. Легла, короче. Я ее ножку погладил просто. И она уснула. Чего? Да дядя, это все тут же дядя бегает. Дядя, да. Я вот с ним разговариваю.
Don't miss out. Let's pick something that suits you.
Да. Сейчас вот телевизор что-нибудь ответит, смотри.
О, что-нибудь ответит.
Ой, видишь, ответит.
Нет, не
Don't
отвечает
leave.
телевизор.
Take one more look.
А что ты себе бабки не накрутишь?
Ну, у меня нет бабок.
Is this familiar to you?
Артмани
You'd do better to hide yourself at home.
Да,
I
да,
cannot
сейчас
ask
меня забанят,
anybody such
спасибо.
questions.
А что, дядя?
Да, конечно, нет. Так,
Продавец фруктов.
вон арбузы, яблоки.
Продавец.
Смотри, какие плоские яблоки.
Ну. Дядя, да.
Это кукуруза такая, перец.
Как вот у меня может компьютер не потянуть вот это вот? Вот я не понимаю, тут какая графика?
Чувак, у меня не тянет, я сам не понимаю. Вот это вот так они оптимизировали ее. Вот у меня сейчас лагает это вот все. Оно прям так, ну, не гладкая картинка.
Ну.
Не знаю, может у тебя она гладкая? А на стриме вот я смотрю, там вообще это подвисает, типа.
Ты давай бегай уже, куда-нибудь делай уже что-нибудь, бегай.
Так я чё, прибежал же, вот. Чё делать?
Сведения о компании Никола Бернадотти. Главная контора расположена на юго-востоке Скаладио, на Базар Роуд, у перекрестка с Роуман Роуд. Вот, щи.
Нашел.
Улица-то как называется? Базар Роуд, нет? Где ты?
Ага, пришел, блин. Ну да. Опа. Ну,
May
нажми.
I ask for your assistance?
That's new to me. There is nothing I can tell you.
О, с ним что ли надо поговорить?
Конечно. Вот это что такое? О. Сыграем.
Я не знаю, как это играть. О, вот это давай сыграем.
И где вообще?
Refresh your interior. Pick what you like. My goods will brighten up your house.
Опа.
Вот продавец дорогой мебели.
Блин, бабок нет. Еще и кровать новая.
Enjoy
Да.
your
purchase. Там еще ачивка будет за это все, если если купить это все.
Exquisite furniture for your home.
Ага. Вот я вот поставил.
М. Да бегает там дядя. Смотри просто. Карта. Карта.
Базар Роуд. А, можно было сюда спуститься.
А, ты вот так обошел?
Но я вот в это здание зашел и там вышел. А можно было вот здесь. И он оттуда вышел сюда.
Ну. Так и чё, куда надо?
Куда-то надо, я не знаю, вот. Базар. Вот,
Открой карту, посмотри.
вот базар,
Ну,
а вот
где
это.
базар? Я не вижу базар.
Вот базар. Вот он идет.
Так тебе на нее и надо.
Так я на ней вот.
А, это тоже базар Роу? Нет, ты на Вудман. Или что там? Тебе надо на базар Роу.
Роуман. Вот Роуман. Вот
А тебе
базар,
надо
вот
базар.
Роуман. Вот мне Роуман надо.
Нет.
Да,
Ну выйди, почитай внимательно.
ты почитай внимательно.
Главное,
вот
который
Роуман.
на востоке Скаладио. На базар Роу.
Дальше ты видишь? Ну,
Роу.
вот она. Вот. Вот эта улица. Вот базар. Вот где у них перекресток. Ты видишь?
Ты чё, опять покакала или ты пернула, а? Лаш. Ёбаный в рот.
О, как интересно.
Мы покакали опять. Ну чё воняет-то? Ну пошли жопу мыть. Ну ладно, давай руки.
Циклоп-стрит.
Все, я тут все.
Ура! Нам так тебя не хватало.
Тут Сёма там.
Тёшка,
Дядя Сёма там.
собачка,
Да. Общается с нами.
мама.
Мама? Не мама. Мама на работе у нас. Так, давай.
Тёшка,
Давай писю вытирай.
тёшка,
Чё ты?
вот,
Клавиатура.
тока,
Клавиатура.
так,
Да, клавиатура.
Широкий тип.
Так, где Вася? Вот она. Давай письмо. Чего ты? Чего ты крутишь?
чич,
Пить хочешь? Где? А, сейчас принесу.
Are you able to help me?
If you ask that again, I'll find out where you live and I'll break your window.
куби,
Хорошо. А если мы
На тебе попить.
оденемся? Как же нам одеться? Ну так где ты?
Все, давай. Ножки.
тёшка,
Облилась?
честь.
А, вот. Вот она.
Could you help me?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Сразу, да? Поменялся.
Do you know anything about this?
Sounds familiar, but no. Ask someone else.
Is this familiar to you?
I've no spare coin for you. Leave me alone.
Help me, please.
Nah, fella. I got no idea about this.
Ты до сих пор ищешь это место?
Да, ты же помогаешь. Как мне его найти? Я без понятия. Ну вот, я нашел. На что это дает?
О, ты нашел Бернадотти?
Да. Че, непонятно?
Нельзя?
А?
Не собрать вообще ничего нельзя.
Нет. Ты чё стоишь тут на проходе?
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
It's unfortunate, but I can't help you with this question.
А если мы вот так сделаем?
Can I ask you a question?
Please, stop bothering me. I don't know anything.
Все, иди рисуй. Ну не оставляй ты открытыми, не носи ее так. Вот ты порисовала, закрыла.
Ну так я же так и сделал. Вот я обошел ее. И никаких входов тут. Никаких вообще ничего.
Вот, наверное, да?
Are you able to help me?
I have nothing to say, because I don't know. Check with someone else.
Excuse me, just one question. Do I look like a fellow who has all the answers? No.
В смысле все знает? Это город. Вы что, город не знаете? Вы в нем живете. И вы не знаете расположение улиц?
Что в интернете ничего не говорится где-то?
Ну, ты видишь какую-нибудь активную эту? Там все равно нету обозначений. Все равно надо искать это карту. Дом.
Сейчас подожди. Где находится акционерное общество? Это дядя. Верно.
Are you able to help me?
I am sorry. That's not something I know.
Может, вывеска какая-то нужна? Тут ничего не написано. Нет.
И чё, где мы там?
А чё музыка заиграла?
Материнская любовь.
У нее нога сломалась. Ты чё, женщина? О, починилась. Коля, да?
Don't miss out on my unique clothes.
Как называется-то? Это дополнительный, да, квест, я так понимаю?
Почему нет? Что называется?
Призраки прошлого.
Бернадотти называется.
Сейчас, подожди. Материнская любовь в моей истории. Продолжение. Мастер перевоплощений. Опять материнская любовь. Ну, короче, основной квест — это материнская любовь.
Так я знаю.
Ну, слушай, я тут ничего вообще...
Я же тебе сказал, он всю игру идет.
Ну,
Ну, чтобы его делать, нужно играть дальше другие задания.
иди рисуй. Рисуй. Ты что-то до хрена прошел, я так смотрю, тут я вон до слона дошел.
Я прошел слона.
Знаешь, как далеко?
Да не так уж и далеко. Вот архив. Вот что я сделал.
Призраки прошлого, собачьи бои, золотая клетка, теория струн, дележ, происшествие дальше, из общения, это же не спутка. Блять. Я не могу найти, слышишь? О! Покиньте лагерь беженцев и следуйте в городскую ратушу. Воспользуйтесь архивами. Выберите у лифу татуировка незнакомца и укажите критерии, субъекты предпринимательства, период квитанции, реестр занятий.
А ты вчера где был? Ну, не вчера, а на том. В тот раз. Мы как бы там были везде, все это сделали. Откуда у нас
Да?
информация, где его искать, по-твоему?
Тогда подожди сейчас. Выбрать татуировку в журнале, а после отсортировать по критериям контрабанда, подозреваемые Скаладио.
Вот у нас все есть.
Сделали, да, уже?
Да. Мы уже ищем дом его, нам зайти в дом надо.
Купите грим, татуировку банды Бернадотти. Так вы выиграете спор с Джоном, не для посторонних. Пройдите внутрь, идите через ящик слева и смотрите, открытый ящик, татуировка слева, бла-бла-бла-бла-бла. Вот, вы... Выйдите в следующий коридор и в режиме концентрации изучите газету Chronicles на скамье слева. Войдите в холл впереди. Осмотрите плакат компании Бернадотти на стене справа. Также осмотрите картину на стене слева. Губернатора с Бернадотти и табличку с годом ниже. Изучите стол, где сидит секретарь. Ну он тут уже зашел, ебать.
Куда он зашел? Ты говоришь газету. Где газету?
Около большого... подожди. Вот, Базар Роуд. Нашел, короче. Главная контора находится в Скаладио, на юго-востоке, на улице Базар Роуд у перекрестка с Роуман Роуд. Парадный вход ищите прямо на Базар Роуд. Парадный вход прямо на Базар Роуд. Ты слышишь, нет?
Нет.
Парадный вход ищите прямо на Базар Роуд, слева от Мальтийского моста, ведущего в старый город.
Ты не видишь, что я пришел уже давно?
Ну так а где вход? Ты что не вошел-то?
Так нет входа, потому что вот вход есть. Ты видишь, что ничего не происходит? Мы все здание обошли уже по 10 раз.
Уверен, что это оно?
Плакат видишь? Тут нет других никаких опознавательных. То есть ты хочешь сказать, что нам вот сюда надо идти?
Сейчас, подожди, где там? Что там написано? Парадный вход ищите прямо на Базар Роуд. Вот Базар Роуд, вот парадный вход. Ну, Базар Роуд.
Нам можно и сюда пойти. Причем тут парадный вход? Ты говоришь, там газета какая-то, потом парадный вход, парадный вход.
Не-не-не, тут это уже внутри. Я тебе говорю, это около ведущего в старый... Короче, найди на карте Мальтийский мост. Мост
Вот он.
Мальтийский называется.
Вот мы все нашли. Вот Базар Роуд, Мальтийский мост. Вот Роман. Это что-то
Вот.
там, Роуд.
И рядом слева от моста...
Ну вот оно слева, вот.
Ну вот где-то там, значит.
Ну так мы пришли туда, ничего нет.
Так, подожди, около большого здания слева, если идти со стороны моста старого города, стоит несколько кэбов.
Так я и сюда бегал только что. А, вот мост, да? Это мост?
Не знаю.
Да, это вот прям вот мост. Вот
Это
он.
Мальтийский мост вот этот?
Да, вот.
А где ты? Покажи себя на карте.
Так,
Ты еще не
да
дошел до
вот
моста.
мост, говорю, вот он прямо вот. Зачем он мне не нужен, мне же тут надо оставаться. Вот мост.
Ну да, тебе надо идти
Вот мы
слева, и
здесь.
там... Нам туда, да? А вот вон там дохуя кэбов стоит, нет?
Кого?
Или это сам мост. Нам на мост не надо. Нам надо на обратно. Вон, видишь, дохуя кэбов стоит. Вон, видишь,
Кого
прямо.
стоит?
Блять, тележек нахуй. Вот, стой, подожди. Около большого... Ты... подожди, да ты не торопись, ты назад вернись. Около большого здания слева, если идти со стороны моста и старого города, стоит несколько кэбов. Вот они там, походу, у входа стоят. А может сюда, кстати, тебе?
Мы пришли на место.
These workers don't look like
Всё
your average
правильно?
Cordona folk.
They're
Вот ты
refugees from the
дрочишь
camp.
меня, а. Ну, вот учись, нахуй.
Я учись, говорит. Зато смотри сразу, да, сколько ты узнал всего. То мы, оказывается, уже прошли столько всего. И все такое там.
Прохождения нету, говорит. Ну да, да.
Так в смысле, я тебе говорю, там нету карты. Ты видишь карту там? Прохождения нет. Я не сказал, что прохождения нет. Там нет обозначения, как понять вообще, куда двигаться. Что делать-то? Сейчас меня замочат тут. Мне же страшно, вот смотри, что. Трамсы какие-то. Лютые такие.
That's our way in, Sherry.
Блин, сейчас махач будет, не хочу махач.
Hey, yo. This is private property. You lost something.
Что тебе сказать?
I'm here to discuss business with Mr. Bernadotte. I tried the front door, but...
Mr. Bernadotte isn't seeing anyone. You have 3 seconds to walk away or you'll never walk again. Capito?
It's in Mr. Bernadotte's best interest to...
1.
Listen, the man Bernadotte sent to...
2.
I did try to resolve this peacefully.
Да, блин. Сейчас опять очко будет.
I'm coming for you.
Это мясо.
Don't cry, you'll live.
I'm coming.
No more cry.
The snuff's ready. Don't give him the pepper snuff.
Да ты надоел, ты будешь нормально играть.
I'm gonna hurt you.
Да какой ты по жопе ему выстрелил. Да опять по жопе ему выстрелил. Что ты?
Take a rest.
The snuff's ready.
Опа.
No more.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Да надоел ты так бегать.
Time to knock this guy out.
don't cry, you'll live.
The snuff's ready. I'm coming. I can miss the party. The snuff's ready.
Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Ух, наконец-то. Не, ну сейчас не так плотно было, как обычно. Обычно я вообще там отлетаю в салат. А, кстати, насчет этого. Нави отлетели от Liquid. Вчера.
Выебывались, пацаны.
Ну все, мотивация кончилась.
Ну и что ты их собрала? Вон, закрой фломастер, он сейчас засохнет и не будет рисовать у тебя.
А, это мы выходим, да. Да куда мы выходим? Нам заходить надо. Выходит он. Понимаете ли?
И закрой фломастер желтый быстрее.
Вообще текстур нет.
Молодец. Зелёный. Зелёный.
Меня не видно. Я невидимый.
Серый. 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 Синий.
Sherry, look.
Ты сюда это?
This seems
Нет, не
familiar.
слышал. Это очень полезная информация.
Синий.
No, sir.
Синий.
Don't hurt me.
It's all right. I won't harm you.
Like you didn't harm the folks on the way here.
A Dogon statue from West Africa. A century old at least. Masks, traditional for the Chokwe people of Central
О,
Africa.
да.
VH Grindley Flow Blue tableware. This is what lies behind the facade of Bernadotte Company Limited.
Ну, все понятно. И тут картина, да? Та самая. Все
Let's see
понятно.
what's hidden there. Vogel's stolen painting.
Дьяволы.
Isn't it curious how it developed into a much more interesting case? An amazing piece of culture. I imagine many collectors and museums would be interested in having it.
Смотри, он позирует.
Ну.
Прям напрягся такой. Сейчас будет.
Don't come any closer. One step and I'll shred you to pieces.
Кто это и что ему надо?
Тебя даже не опознают. Не надо мне кровотиться.
Keep standing in my way, and no one will ever see you again.
Righto. Yes. Yep. Well, excuse me, sir. I think I hear. I've got to. It's better I leave.
Whoa. Oh, wow. That was as if somebody put my words in your mouth.
И чё тут все такие запуганные?
This is it. This is where all the magic happens.
Какая магия? Магии не существует.
Shoot me. I have a family. Spare me. Spare me.
И все? Понял.
Все, пока.
Пока.
Пока, пока. Пока. Пока, пока.
So, you've cut through all the guards just to talk to me. Then come here. We shall talk. Whenever you're ready. I'd hate to intrude.
Женат.
Ты видишь эти усы?
Ага.
Они же вообще... Это как точечки просто.
Что
Так,
тебе там надо узнать? Что-то надо написать ему?
кому? Мне надо знать, кто он. Безжалостливый главарь или расчетливый делец.
Сейчас, подожди.
Выходец из рабочего класса. Он рос в бедной семье и с детства работал в поле. Жил трудно, солнце и постоянное недоедание привели к развитию пелагры. Он удалил болезнь, но следы на коже остались. Что такое за болезнь?
На руках, короче, эти коросты. Сами типа лезут. О, стой, стой, стой. Вот, 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 вот. Вот я уже близко. Близко, да. Да, точно. Вот. Его портрет безжалостный главарь.
Вообще неправильно написал.
Ну что ты не выбираешь-то?
Я ищу, все, нашел. Жестокий предводитель банды. Понятно.
Тебе надо
Bad
отдать ему,
news.
короче,
The thug you
фотографию
sent
с
to the
компроматом
refugee
на
camp
послание
only
ставить.
succeeded in stabbing
Я
himself.
не слышу, пока
His
он
next
говорит.
and final journey will be to the morgue.
Hold your horses. Who the hell are you?
Sherlock Holmes. And you are Niccolo Bernadotti, a smuggler, kidnapper, and notorious cutthroat, among other things.
Few men would dare waltz into my office and address me like that. You are either overconfident or unintelligent. This is private property. Give me one reason why I should not shoot you on the spot. I am sure my friends at the station would call it self-defense.
Да, спроси. Тут как бы тут можешь вообще хоть все что угодно спрашивать. Тебе надо главное
Mr.
дойти до
Bernadotti,
того
do you know
момента,
the
когда
name Boniface
он тебя
Mercurio?
попросит,
I do
или
not.
там тебе
Mercurio
получится
was a
отдать ему
local
фотографию
artist.
с компроматом.
Recently, a man broke into his apartment, ransacked the place, and killed him. The thief was looking for something.
You are testing my patience, boy.
In a moment, the connection will reveal itself. As I said, your man was found dead in the refugee camp. He was there to kidnap a woman, but the other refugees intervened to try and save her. The ensuing scuffle resulted in the man's accidental suicide. He sported the same tattoo as your men in this building. In fact, it also bears a resemblance to the one on your neck. Care to explain what business your man had with this woman?
You have no idea what you are talking about. I can assure you this was no kidnapping. The refugees in the camp are on edge. What happened there is a tragic accident, one I am not responsible for.
For what reason was your man there if not to abduct her?
Why would I answer? You are yet to justify your presence in the slightest.
I was hired privately to investigate the recent theft of a painting from an art gallery. My investigation led me to a man from your organization and, thus, to you, Mr. Bernadotti.
That is quite a stretch. Why would I need to steal a painting when I could buy anyone I wanted?
Interestingly enough, I spotted the stolen painting in your storeroom.
I buy and sell a lot of things, Mr. Holmes. Unfortunately, if this is true, it is not the first time I have been sold stolen merchandise. I presume you were hired by the owner of the gallery. Tell them to contact me, and we'll sort out the situation. So, this painting is why you broke into my office. So many words, so little action. When you barged into my office, Mr. Holmes, I got the impression you wanted to talk business. Now I see you had come just to talk. Tell me exactly what you want, or get out.
It was necessary groundwork for what comes next. I have enough evidence to conclude that the gallery thief, the artist's killer, and the dead man in the camp are all the same person.
Your time is almost up, Mr. Holmes.
Before you draw your gun, there is one final detail I am yet to mention. The young woman your man was tasked to collect from the refugee camp had been defiled at a perverse masquerade party. That violation was captured in a photograph by Boniface Mercurio and used as a reference for his painting. The photo shows the attacker's face.
Finally. That's why you're here, Mr. Holmes. You have the photograph.
It is what your man was after when he broke into Mercurio's apartment, and it is what you're after too, isn't it, Mr. Bernadotti?
You have the photograph with you. How much do you want for it?
I am not naive enough to carry it with me, and I am compelled to ask why you want it. Who is the man visible in the photograph? An associate?
Not yet, Mr. Holmes. Though with this picture, that may change. The man in the photo is a British envoy on Cordona.
What exactly do you want from him?
My business dealings are often arduous in their bureaucracy. A man in his position, willing to look the other way, could ease my work significantly. In return, I will make sure no one looks his way either. A favor for a favor.
Also known as blackmail, the modus operandi of any true professional.
It was not originally my idea. Mercurio set things in motion, extorting the envoy for the most trivial of ends. Money. In response, the envoy hired my man to retrieve the painting and the photograph, eliminating Mercurio's leverage. I only learned the whole story after the artist was killed in his home.
And rather than extricate yourself, instead you took over Mercurio's venture.
It fell into my lap. As a businessman, I simply seized the opportunity. Now, how much do you want for the image?
I could not help but appreciate the collection of smuggled artifacts in your storeroom. You have rather diversified your business.
Oh, high and mighty of you, Mr. Holmes. Not all smuggling is immoral. I pay generous rates to developing cultures and spread their culture to eager buyers. And furthermore, I supply many immigrants with a taste of home.
A very convenient way of thinking.
I have traveled wildly, Mr. Holmes. I've seen people in far-flung lands for whom my services are a lifeline. Without them, they would starve. The tax on cargo is often so absurd that it would be more profitable to simply sink your ship than dock it in the harbor. And trust me, I am speaking from experience.
Why did you send your man to remove the woman from the camp?
Without a photograph, her testimony was the next best thing. Securing her was in everyone's interest. Victims and witnesses all too often disappear. I thought the girl was safer with us. I did not anticipate what would happen at the camp.
I saw refugees from the camp at your warehouse. They work for you.
I have made certain arrangements with City Hall and the police. Thanks to me, refugees can work and be paid. It's a pathway to freedom.
And how much do you save by capitalizing on their cheap labor?
I have heard no complaints. They seem happy just to get out of that slum.
Why should I give you the photograph?
Just name your price.
What if my price were not money? You claim to have connections, Mr. Bernadotte. Perhaps you could improve conditions for the refugees. Give them a chance for a better life.
Ha! I do have connections, Mr. Holmes, but help the whole camp? You are asking too much. I could, however, make arrangements for one person. The woman who was violated will have her own home outside the camp, solely for her and her child. She will no longer be a refugee, but a princess. That I can guarantee.
Is that really possible?
It will be neither fast nor easy, but I can do it. She deserves it, don't you agree? And as for her abuser, he will serve me, as much as he deserves.
So in your plan, everybody will be given their due. Especially you, Mr. Bernadotte.
Seems like a fair deal, no? I doubt anyone could offer you better. Simply give me the photograph, and the world becomes a better place. I give you my word.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Such is the arrogance of British imperialism. I take your point.
Тёма.
Паша.
На, держи.
Чё?
Тебе надо
Что?
гулять. Что-то не просто вор, а чей-то приспешник, что-то такое, у тебя там что-то должно появиться. А, нет, подожди.
Да успокойся ты. Нормально же играем. Оп. А чё, это все типа? Финалочка? И мне так не нравится вот это решение принимать. Потому что от этого зависит вообще все. Опа.
Что за мышка? Ну ты же не рисуешь, Милан, ну закрой колпачком. Фломастер, и носи его в ручках, как носишь. Да, ручки испачкала, вот потому что открытый. Иди закрывай. Что, испачкалась? Ну, надо ручки помыть. Да?
Короче, ничего не понятно, но очень интересно.
The front door's now open, sir. You can leave through it. If you want, of course.
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor.
Это который Арсен Люпен?
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor. The Bernadotte Company Limited Trade Network reaches the most distant colonies of the great empire.
It must be very convenient for a man like Bernadotte.
Ну что там все?
Да ничего.
А. Че? Что?
Смотри,
Что?
Арсен Люпен.
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor.
Видел, да?
Это кто?
Это Арсен Люпен.
Да не,
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor.
не похож. Старость.
Ну, все стареют, как бы, это нормально.
Ты открой дверь, что ты меня бьешь?
Тут больше ничего не надо делать.
Я не знаю.
А то я тут мимо прошел картины и вот это и вот плаката. Ну и все тогда.
Что ты залезть хочешь?
А как ее свернуть? Текстуры. Спасибо. Видел? Не, ну ты видел. тут вообще?
Я, да?
Я с ним разговариваю.
Я тебя слышу.
Как я говорю, ты видишь?
Ну,
Но мы не нашли это. Ключевые улики. Значит, мы там не все нашли.
где? А типа должно писать все улики, наверное?
Ну да, там зелененький должен быть.
Ну иди, значит, ищи. Здесь он тоже поищи.
О,
This earthenware came a long way from the Staffordshire potteries.
о,
Porcelain friend for every child. Shipped from
О.
Cape Town. The wine route from colony to colonies. Could you help me?
Sorry, we don't see much here.
An essential remedy against sea scourge on any ship. Bernadotte doesn't miss an opportunity to occupy every niche in the market.
а теперь нет? Ты что, с ними разговаривать, что ли?
Come on, Sherry. It's time to act.
Что действовать? Ну так мы же все посмотрели уже. О, в смысле?
I need some time to consider your offer, Mr. Bernadotte.
If you insist,
Вот,
Mr. Holmes.
отдай ему
Come
фотографию.
back when you're ready to give me the photograph.
Зачем?
Он тебе расскажет там какую-то хуйню, и у тебя на основании этого там улики появятся.
Так это мы все дело закончим, получается.
Нет.
Ага. Так мы можем отдать ее другим людям.
Вот смотри. Так, его портрет. Вы узнаете, какие условия предлагает Бернадотти в том случае, если вы отдадите ему фотографию с компроматом на посла Британии. Настало время открыть чертоги разума и объединить все улики.
Ну,
Чик-чик-чик. Ну вот.
мы все сделали.
Ну все, получается. Ну что ты на мне рисуешь, а? Так крышечку давай. Да ебать тут задание тут как, блядь, как в GTA, нахуй.
Ты не сказал бы.
Treasure maps from the governor.
Пойдёт.
Find 8.
Где вход? Вот здесь вход, да?
Чё надо? Чё надо? Иди кошку ищи. Кошку да иди ищи.
Have you found anything helpful?
Понятно.
Пойду покурю пока, а?
Ну иди. Самое интересное пропустишь. Понял? Так, что нам надо найти?
If you're here on matters of signing up for military service, come back tomorrow. Our department needs to straighten out some business. Why are you staring at me like I'm a Madame Tussauds figure? Didn't you hear what I just said?
You blame yourself for what you did. It won't be any good unless you confess to me, so I'll try to be polite.
What sort of did are we talking about? Are you from the press?
I'm here because of Naylor.
Who?
You don't remember her name.
Lad, if you won't tell me where you came, I'll call for someone here to sort you out, if you get my meaning.
I came to talk. I have a solid piece of evidence that proves you guilty of the violation of a young girl.
What kind of evidence? The silly painting? That's ridiculous. Rumors. Don't listen to a word of it.
I wouldn't call it solid if it were just a painting. I have a photograph that would be enough to cause a scandal at the very least, not to mention criminal consequences.
A photograph? Oh, so you've plucked up courage to finally come here. I won't pay you a single coin until I see the photograph for myself.
I'm not interested in money. I came here to hear your version of what took place. I'm not in the habit of making rash decisions.
Not in the habit? Well, it didn't seem like that from the letter you wrote.
I've never written a single word to you. That's not my style. I'm more direct. But in exchange for my patience, I demand your full cooperation. I need you to tell me everything.
Fine. I suppose now we have a nice long talk. Do you drink, Mr.
Sherlock Holmes. And I do not.
Shame. All the best discussions are accompanied by a glass of whiskey. But out of respect for you, I won't drink either.
Respect? That's an unusual word in your mouth, Mr.
Where are my manners? My name is Thomas Norton, a British envoy in Cordona on a military mission. So, where do we start?
О, вернулся.
Ну. О, вернулся.
You mentioned blackmail. Tell me about it.
All right. A couple of days ago, I received an anonymous letter. It said that in the art gallery at Caravansary there exists a painting that incriminates me. The blackmailer made it clear that if there is a painting, then a photograph exists too. And I should be wary of what it might do to my reputation.
What does the blackmailer want from you?
Money, of course. What else do such people want? Needless to say, I don't remember anyone taking photographs at the party. Up until the last moment, I hoped he was bluffing. But he wasn't, as you've just proven to me.
Show me the letter.
I burnt it as soon as I read it. I've left enough evidence. There's no need for any more.
So, let's return to the beginning. What happened at the party?
I vaguely remember that night. As usual at such parties, you meet people, you talk with them, they invite you to spend some time alone with them. What can I say? I got myself mixed up with the wrong company, and somebody must have mixed some psychoactive substance in my drink. After that, it's all blurry. I completely lost my sanity. I made a terrible mistake which I regret deeply.
You don't say. Do refugee girls often appear on the menu at those types of parties?
It's rather rare.
So you didn't attend the party to engage in an exotic experience involving a vulnerable woman unable to accuse you of assault?
I would never have planned such a terrible thing. What happened was just bad circumstance.
The painting that depicted you in the image of the devil was stolen by a mercenary. Did you have anything to do with it?
I might be a rotten person, sir, but hiring criminals for illicit purposes is not in my daily schedule.
And buying the painting in an attempt to hide the crime, is that on your daily schedule?
What would you do in my situation?
I would never put myself in such a situation.
You're young. I could never have imagined myself in my current position. Yet, here I am in front of you. We all make mistakes, Mr. Holmes. And I'm no exception.
Гениально. Набухался и говорит, вы бы тоже оказались в такой ситуации.
Boniface Mercurio, does the name mean anything to you?
He's an artist, right?
The one responsible for the painting that compromises you. I found him dead in his room.
Oh, that is bad. Wait, you don't think that I have anything to do with this?
You had motive to kill him.
Maybe I did, but listen. I know how this looks, but murder? That's on another level. I had thoughts that this Mercutio...
Mercurio?
Well, him, yes. I thought he could have been the blackmailer. But I was too afraid to make any hasty decisions. There were plenty of ways to fail by making a move, so I chose to wait. To see what he would do next. You have to believe me.
I don't believe people, I believe evidence.
Then look at the evidence. Mr. Holmes, I've built my entire career on hard work and uncompromising dedication to the Crown. I made a mistake, but I'm not a villain from some cheap adventure fiction. By putting me behind bars, you will benefit precisely no one.
Rotting in prison is the least you deserve, but I have a better idea. You will make amends and help the ones you hurt. Use your connections to help patriate the refugees, find them decent homes, give them jobs. There must be a meaning to your position and my decision.
Yes, all right, I can do that. So, will you give me the photograph now?
That's not all. Naylor deserves the very utmost of what you can do.
Help the girl? I can't risk the press paying extra attention to her. I will do anything except that.
I need to think this all through. Don't do anything foolish in the meantime.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Все, пока. Все, пока. Все.
Слушай.
Как?
Ну и что ты выберешь?
Пить.
Вон у тебя пить.
Все. Все. Все.
Все то же самое, да? То же самое, да?
Все.
Ну что,
Знаешь, что?
иди,
Знаешь, вот так.
иди.
Вот.
Да.
Да,
Нет, зачем тебе?
молодец.
Ну и что ты выбрал?
А, прикольно, я тут разговариваю. Микрофон выключил.
Вот я и думаю, что ты там, где молчишь.
Так ты даже не пукнул ничего, что я молчу. Я говорю, что тут нет правильного. Оказывается, типа там на все красные горит.
Я говорю, что тут неправильно.
И я теперь слышу себя.
Типа там на все красные горит. Я теперь слышу себя.
Когда и будет у тебя красным гореть.
Нет, тут есть правильное решение, которое не горит красным. А тут все 4 горят.
Нет, тут есть правильное решение, которое не горит красным. А тут все 4 горят.
И как его узнать?
Так все никак. Они все красные.
Тут ничего не пишется.
Все никак. Они все красные.
Подожди.
Кого?
За любое решение вы получите 80 монет.
Да я знаю, что за задание это дадут,
Но
конечно.
будут разные последствия. Вы можете отдать фотографию Бернадотти, тогда он поможет Нейле,
Мгм.
пострадавшей больше всех, а также вернет вам картину, которую вы
Вот, я и
доставите.
говорю.
Если отдашь Фогелю, в таком случае вы не сможете забрать у Бернадотти картину.
Да.
Но поможете Фогелю но покажете Фогелю фотографию. Британский
Тип
посол понесет
без картины
наказание,
останется.
но от него не выиграет никто, ни беженцы, ни Нейла.
Да.
Без картины останется.
Если отдать послу, то в таком случае вы не вернете Фогелю картину и даже не покажете фотографию, но зато посол обещает помочь беженцам,
Да.
кроме Нейлы. Независимо от вашего решения, Фогель передаст в особняк какую-то вещь, которая принадлежала
Ты
матери
не
Шерлока.
слушаешь, да? Я и говорю, что тут как бы вот единственный полезный вариант, это вот это, что он поможет беженцам,
Вот единственный
чем отдать это фотку кому-то или чтобы он картину свою получил. Там только тут никого не посадят, никого не убьют, а так людям помогут.
Иди выбрасывай.
Посадят, никого не убьют. А так людям помогут.
Ну вот.
Так, и что делать? Все? Как решение это принять? Вот оно, все. Решение сделано.
Как решение это принять? Все. Решение сделано.
Что, надо фотку ему
Have you
отдать?
thought it all through?
А, типа вот пока я не отдам фотку, не случится?
Что, надо фотку ему отдать? А, типа вот пока я не отдам фотку.
Almost. The refugees, what will happen to them?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here in this fancy office if I didn't know how to pull the right strings. In fact, it's the only thing I know. The local governor will receive a decree signed by the House of Lords containing a request to patriate the refugees in the name of the Crown.
From where did you gain such influence?
I never asked you how you found the photograph. So don't ask the magician how he performs his tricks.
But how can I believe you?
Ugh, I presume you do believe in my selfishness. The initiator of the refugee salvation will be none other than the British envoy, savior and protector of those in need. It's a win situation for me too. Now, what about the photograph?
You deserve to be punished, but the greater good is what matters here. I won't bargain it for justice for Naylor.
I'm glad that this situation is over.
It will be over when you settle the matter of the refugees.
You have my word, Mr. Holmes.
Ну все, сейчас пойдем закупимся.
Все, сейчас пойдем закупимся.
Опять это место плохое.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned.
Опять это место.
Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He was not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Oh, sweet Mercurio, perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humor.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold. He was tight-lipped about the painting, too.
Ah, he's dead. How very droll, Mr. Holmes. One presumes you were not responsible.
It was an accident at the refugee camp. He impaled himself on his own knife.
Life is nothing if not cruel and capricious. What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
I found the painting, but I could not retrieve it.
Well then, where is it?
In Bernadotti's office.
Bernadotti? That shady businessman? Why would he steal it from me?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask him yourself.
I take it you found something more then. What happened to your crusade of truth? Was it not that important after all?
No truth will satisfy you, Mr. Vogel.
It was not an attack, Mr. Holmes. If you've chosen not to tell me, I respect your intention. But it is just rather boring, isn't it?
It is what it is.
Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding matters, I have a gift for you. I took the liberty of having it delivered to Stonewood Manor. I am told it belonged to your mother.
And what exactly have you sent me?
Frankly, I'm not sure how to answer that. I trust you'll know.
Previously, you mentioned there may have been more to my mother's passing than consumption. It appears you were right.
Oh dear. I'd hoped to be wrong.
She was unstable, mentally unwell. She required sustained, specialized treatment, but her madness persisted.
I knew that Violet had disappeared from the public eye, but had no idea of her suffering. I cannot imagine what you're feeling.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I am curious to see what you have procured.
Так, вот, дело закрыто. О. Ага. Ну и погнали. Надо выйти. Ик-так, ик-так. Как интересно.
It's a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
Did you just remember something?
Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts. I think I can find it in the manor.
Sherlock.
Ура, новая комната.
So, you continue to pursue the imaginary. I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
I have no interest in
Показали
returning,
его.
let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, but she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare you?
I shall not indulge this petulant tantrum. You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Just tell me everything. I'm an adult now. Show me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
The consequences of one's actions determines what is right or wrong.
Yes, exactly. The ends justify the means. After leaving Cordona, Sherlock, you had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you, and about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified. Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock. It was a white lie which has as much use in the realm of the interpersonal as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental, because all you care about is yourself.
It's true. I have agents everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
Ничего не понял, но что-то произошло. Новая комната.
Well done, Sherry. The hall now looks much as it did in our youth.
Mycroft's umbrella,
Fond
the
memories.
only outgoing thing in his wardrobe.
Вот, это мы купили. Что-то просит меня сделать. А, вот картина. Картина.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
Ну и как нам попасть?
Так, что тебе? Что тебе подсказать что-то? А, вот.
Ну,
Верните в особняк Стоунвуд и осмотрите скелет.
да я знаю, я же все сделал.
После общения с Мегротом вводите в дом, закрепите улику и осмотрите воспоминания в поле.
Да хорош. Мы сейчас все прочитаем, да? Вот что надо. Вот опять.
I remember returning home with a pair of perfect sticks. We wanted to turn them into training swords.
Oh, that's right. We stood there, frozen, staring at something huge in the main hall.
У меня же нет прицела, я не вижу, куда мне наводить.
It was a giant aquarium with a living mermaid in it.
Impossible. It must have been something else. Oh, of course, that mortifying hoax presently taking up space in our front yard.
Well, fine. Your memory's better than mine. But I'm sure we started examining it immediately. And someone else was around too.
It was my mother. She asked what I thought of the artifact.
You were really concentrating and holding something in your hand.
I inspected it with a magnifying glass and was able to confirm it was made of two different skeletons. The mermaid was a fake.
And so it was time to smash the thing. Your mother took a hammer and...
Slow down, John. That's not how it happened. I remember other people joined us. The workers took the artifact and placed it into the cabinet of curiosities. It became part of Mother's collection of fakes. She always said that the truth lies in the details. This mermaid helped me to learn that.
Наконец-то.
Ah, yes. My mother's
Вот она.
studio.
Нифига тут
She was an
комната.
authenticator, and this was her cabinet of curiosities.
I never saw the point. What does it matter if some artifact is real or not? It still exists.
Another fake Holy Grail. Its owner claimed to be the heir of King Arthur. Scarcely believable. He also insisted a deadly rabbit was hunting him. Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1. By Wallace Dioram.
Oh, Mycroft. You always act so serious, but then reads tripe like this.
John, if I remember correctly, you couldn't put this book down. I remember this cozy blanket. It was perfect for...
Wigwam! Oh, that was a joy to build them. Imagining ourselves as wayfarers on the other side of the world.
А, вон тут что, подушки лежат.
So many calling cards. Mycroft liked to keep useful people at hand. Carefully opened. Dated 24th of April, 1869.
В смысле обвинения смерти? Ага, то есть что-то тут еще такое замешано. Закрытые слушания.
Reliable and driven. I recognize Mycroft's handwriting. Officer Luciano J. Placido. This drawer was always closed. Only Mycroft knew how to open it.
I remember we tried to break it open and spy on him, but alas, had no success. Maybe today's the day. Ah, Sherry.
А, искусство взлома. А, это задание от него. Я думал, у нас навык появился.
Ah, the memory comes back. We snuck about watching him.
He closed the drawer and went to the hall. We were like two shadows crawling behind him.
The painting on the wall was slightly a tilt. He stopped and straightened it. Then he threw some logs into the fire and sat in his armchair to read.
It's as boring now as it was then. I'm sorry, Sherry, but I think that's it.
Wait, John, we never use the fireplace in the mornings. What if... A bit of juniper in the fireplace created a soothing atmosphere. It's the little things, isn't it? I think this is what we're looking for.
Паркур.
We made it. So what's there?
И что же там внутри?
Single malt whiskey, Mycroft's favourite. Gifted by Queen Victoria herself.
Прикольно.
Otto Richter. This one is rather thick. Mycroft can be truly dogged in his research.
И зачем нам эта информация? А, узнал. А, это он про врача узнал.
Dossiers on the most influential people on Cordona. Mycroft always had a habit of building files on everyone he met. (1852), Bingley, West Yorkshire. This photo caused a lot of fuss. My mother spent some time to prove it was a fake.
Look, it's Roger. This jolly old man's well preserved. Even looks refreshed.
I doubt he drew much interest at the auction.
That's for the best. I'd be upset if
The
he fell into
so-called
wrong
mummy of a
hands.
Persian princess. The defrauders did good work, but missed one small detail. It's the mummy of a man. And this one was brought from a German museum. They claimed it belonged to Vikings. Nonsense, of course. Vikings never had horns on their helmets. Clearly, it was deliberately torn. I wonder why someone would do that. The Tulpa, Studies in Tibetan Mentalism. An impressive number of bookmarks. Someone was rather obsessed with this subject.
Да сколько тут можно? Воображаемый. Подопытные. Вот классно, а? Быть подопытным.
The full plate armour of Sir Robert Swanford. I was told my father won it in a wager.
Armour is armour, but look at his sword. Oh, how badly I wanted to wield the blade. Maybe you take it instead of your pistol.
I'm starting to... Mother said this was among the hunting trophies of a Scottish Viscount.
So he tried to persuade everyone that his forest was inhabited by these beasts. It would have been
One of the most
thrilling
ridiculous
if it were
fakes I ever
actually
saw.
true.
Its owner insisted it was a polar bear. He thought the white paint on the brown fur wasn't noticeable. Oh, I remember these. We used them to spar together until Mycroft found out and forbade us from using real weapons.
Вроде все.
Все? Вроде все. Ну аккуратно, Милан. Вот свинья. Ну господи, ты рот открой. На. Все. Все распутано.
I used this ladder to look at the top shelf, right? On the day of Mother's breakdown upstairs.
Right you are, Sherry.
Дать тебе ложечку. Или вилочку.
Ой, ты пал? Пал?
Ну так что дальше-то?
Метку там поставь какую-нибудь. Чем дальше-то?
О,
We heard a noise. I can't recall of exactly
ага.
what,
Опа.
and we didn't have a great view from behind the statue. The books and papers from the table somehow ended up on the floor. Now it's coming to the surface. I feel it.
Вон еще.
Все, приплыли. Ну, пускай. Временка же была тут. Махач. Нормально. Зачем кому-то в него одеваться?
You're not even trying.
Вообще не
Sherry.
стараюсь.
Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Come on, Sherry. Let's go outside.
Такие голоса.
Wait. Did you hear that? Come here, Sherry.
You call this progress? Charlatan, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
So there was a quarrel between them.
Он прям 9 апреля знает, что это было. То есть прям вот настолько. Он вспоминает. То есть до этого он не помнит ничего, а потом он 9 апреля, я прям вот как сейчас вижу.
Спасибо. Че, бутерброды это папа себе сделал. Ты и так жрешь больше меня. Пиздец. Куда в тебя лезет, я не понимаю вообще, куда?
Так куда? В рост? Куда? Даже растет.
Посираешь все, я потом подгузники твои накидаю.
Ну там же вот полезно это остается, а остальное выходит. Как маленький, а? Все ему рассказывать. Я думал, что за тип стоит.
Sherry, look. We've got a parcel here.
Фогеля? Он же сказал, мы больше не увидимся. Ты можете все равно приходить.
Ой. Можете все равно приходить.
An invitation that comes with a mask. We can't miss this, Sherry.
Прикольно.
Ну ты баба Дуся.
Да, это я. О. Новый кружочек появился спустя столько времени.
Hey, this is the luggage we brought from London, isn't it?
Ну ты что за чемодан?
This portrait was painted sometime before my father's death. I would guess it's the only depiction of him that remains.
Текстуры. Здравствуйте. У меня двор теперь вообще, я не знаю, на что похож. То, что мы делаем, все здесь оказывается.
Hey, is anybody at home? Hello?
И там все это время кто-то живет. Не, ну он же говорит, там кто-то топает, там шаги, там что-то такое. Типа вот он тут стоит, там он все время слышит. Так, куда нам это? Журнал. Так.
Или иди посуду мой. Посуду пойдешь мыть?
Да.
На, все, иди неси. Иди мой посуду.
Пойду пожру тогда. Как ты посуду моешь? Так я тоже.
Посуду моешь. Я тоже.
Че, Сем, ты тут? Сема.
Папа. Папе. Сиськи. А. Себя.
Сама себя слышишь, да?
Да.
Да.
Ты жут. Ига. А. Ига. А.
Привет! Мы без тебя скучали.
Ты тут?
Да, я давно тут.
Я тоже.
А что молчишь?
Просто. Чем ты меня в динамиках включил?
Да я не хочу, потому что наушники надевать.
Тогда мне замутить тебя придется.
Где?
В Дискорде.
И ты меня будешь через игру слушать?
Да.
Заебись.
Так я, в смысле, я тебя не услышу тогда совсем. Ну да, получается. Больно же. Проходи новый, да. Что? Нашла зубочистку?
Проебала за тебя зубочистку.
Из-за меня?
Ну.
Ну все, пока.
Да я уже достал новую. Все, пока.
Ну все, пока. Торквислейн.
Нет, это не надо.
И где же это место? Торквислейн. Угу. Угу. У вас есть перемещение? Да куда?
Extra, extra! The hive gets stung!
Надо спать? Рано тебе еще спать.
Not bad.
Не надо туда идти.
О. Да, значит, правильно.
Ну, лучше не рисуй. Надо тебе зачем? Я же рядом сижу.
Опа. Да куда я ушел? Вот. О, а может сюда? Ну, наверное, да. Угу.
Welcome, sir. I do hope you enjoy yourself. May I ask you something?
I'm so sorry. I can't help you, sir.
Welcome, sir. I do hope you enjoy yourself.
М. Прикольно.
Молодец. Молодец. Я сейчас выиграю, что ли?
Чё?
Да не, вон Милана тут ходит, пузом светит. Красиво, красиво. А, блядь. Ти-ти.
Enjoy the evening, sir. There is still plenty of time before the grand finale.
All right.
Мне уже это не нравится.
Да что?
Дичь какая-то. Получается. Она что, вся такая игра-то? С такими элементами ненормального.
What if I write an
Может,
article about
бросить ее?
these people here? Can you help me gather information about Cordona's
Кого игру?
elite?
Прикольно. Классно, здорово.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Don't take it personally, sir. But I know no nothing about this.
Are you able to help me?
I have nothing to hide, sir. But I've never heard of this.
Допусти меня.
Looking at us, Sherry.
You sure you know what you're...
Нормально у тебя все, да?
No, John, it's definitely not blood, just wine. Go, is it a guess?
I should write to my friend about the handsome men here. He'd appreciate it.
Do you know anything about this?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know. I need a rest from my insatiable wife.
Honey, you feeling lonely? I'll be your friend.
Мне туда не пройти.
Manchos had to enforce the masks after the scandal.
Я ничего почти не запомнил.
Manchos had to enforce.
Вот оно последнее.
Manchos had to enforce.
Желтая пресса.
That's what I like about this party. Bring me more dirt, Sherry. One more piece, and I can expose these base hedonists.
Sherlock! Friend! I wasn't sure you'd come.
Werner, I see you are not yourself.
The more time you spend here in Cordona, the more I feel it my duty to bring you into our world and show you all we have to offer.
And what is on offer today?
Pleasure, indulgence, relief, and relaxation. You've earned some time for yourself, have you not?
Those who know me would say I'm incapable of it.
Nonsense. I refuse to believe there is anyone permitted to know Sherlock Holmes.
Huh. You may be right.
Then free yourself from inhibition and expectation. The night is young, and so are the guests. You should try to enjoy both. It's not healthy for handsome men to spend every night alone, and certainly not in a house filled with such melancholic memories.
I must admit, my travels have proven more taxing than expected. I'm less confident in my life and myself. Time of relaxation seems a distant dream.
So can I tempt you with a physical aid to your moral consolations? There's wine, of course, something to smoke, or perhaps an artificial paradise? Yes, something more spiritual, a potentiator to sharpen the mind. A 7% solution of, well, that'd be telling, but you must try it.
My mind is my most valuable asset, and a finely tuned instrument I will not risk impeding its function. My ultimate duty is to provide the world with truth, and I do that perfectly well as is.
Duty? You've never cared about that before.
Of course I do. Exposing a lie, revealing a fact, that is a moral responsibility.
That's not morality. Morals are what happens afterwards when truth collides with consequence. Do you ever follow up on cases you solved? Do you ever see what happened next, visit the victims, ensure justice is served in the courts? And how do you choose where to direct your attention? Are there not deserving causes to which your brilliance could be applied but isn't?
You ascribe me more power than I possess. I have a narrow skill set and work within that mandate. What occurs afterward is irrelevant.
With every action or inaction, you place a finger on the scales of morality. Many in the city would see you as abdicating your responsibility.
I haven't.
Not me, of course. Morality is subjective, just like truth. There is little to be gained from indulging in it, and far better things to indulge in. Now I must insist on easing any burdens I've placed upon your shoulders. Show yourself a kindness, and try this rather delectable concoction.
If this solution truly does assist with thinking, then perhaps it would be puerile to overlook an opportunity to study it. I'll take it with me.
Yes, Sherlock. Very good. And now, our evening begins in earnest. I just remembered. I'm sorry, Sherlock. My mind's delightfully impaired. Please take this key. It opens the altar room, past the library.
Pardon? Altar room? What now, Werner?
Go quickly and find our Fabio. Only you can make him talk. I'll join you in a minute.
А я думал, можно изучить будет. Я неправильно понял, и зачем-то взял эту дрянь.
Что завис-то?
Я ем. М. М. Delicious.
Сейчас смотри, надо сыр. Бери ручку. Ну, чтобы добраться до сыра. С этой дорожки. Вот сюда. Так, вот ничего.
Do you know what was here before Manchio's family?
I'll pin them down, Biscoop. Thank you, Sherlock.
Тебе зачем мои тапки? Колбасу укуси. Колбасу не укусила. Иди фломастер закрой. И синенький тоже закрой. Где крышечки, брат?
Угу.
Закрывай.
One of these books must open a secret passage. I know it.
Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends. These medieval botany and chemistry books look even more satanic than the occult ones. Romantic poetry and prose. Someone's in touch with their feelings. Codex Orchis. Why does this occult book sound like a flower?
Нет.
My God. Was he here this whole time?
Это кто?
The herbs here are Salvia divinorum. They have a slight hallucinogenic
Ничего
effect to
себе, да.
emphasize the ceremony. This
Тут не
elaborate
сказано,
box
ничего я
must
не
be for the
знаю.
ritual dagger. The ointment smells mouse-like. I presume it is an aphrodisiac prepared from a Spanish fly. The ointment smells mouse-like. I presume it is an aphrodisiac prepared from a Spanish fly. This oil has a slight aroma of flowers and olive.
Что, не можешь аккуратно сидеть? Что, больше аккуратно сидишься? Понятно?
Oh, these crime scenes always outdo my imagination.
This crude tattoo partially covers as slave branding. A blunt force trauma may have suffered an internal hemorrhage. This golden handle has a bloodstain on it. The dagger is heavy and sharp, but lacks balance. This worm-like sigil has been drawn with his own blood. The victim has clenched the fabric so firmly in his fist that it's nigh impossible to remove it. The wound is deep. A precise strike reached the heart. He died right here. This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus, drawn in a hurry. The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol of Mars. Enough cigars to burn down the entire mansion. Why don't people tidy up after themselves?
А, о, что-то.
An open wound spoiled the carpet. Blood. A sturdy bottle met a not-so-sturdy human. It didn't break only because it was unopened. The pitcher is empty, but with puddles around it.
Пока-пока.
Blood clots are adhered to the sides of the drain. Identical to the robes the guests are wearing. Props, decorations, and tools for a more detailed set. This is a different ritual.
Где фломастер? Где? Куда неси? На, иди, неси туда. Туда же неси.
How can anyone accept such behaviour?
A useful tool for a disguise arsenal. Handcrafted and luxurious cufflinks. There's also a note. For my Fabio, Banchos. The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me. The capital F on the key fob might refer to Fabio.
Would you recognise me in one of these? I suppose not.
Similar to the guests' robes, apart from the bloodstains. Werner, care to explain what is going on here?
On nights like these, it's not unusual for some attendees to get a little exuberant. It's part of the appeal. Unfortunately, it appears things have gotten out of hand. Yes, some are more prone to bend the rules of morality.
That's murder. I doubt there's anything left to bend. Why did you not tell me immediately? We were chatting about trivial matters for some time.
If I'm completely honest, Sherlock, I've consumed a rather potent cocktail of substances. My attention slips and drifts, but I'm glad I thought to call for you.
You sent me a disguise.
Oh dear, did I? Well, since I found the body, Mr. Manchios has agreed that you can investigate the matter. I promise my mind will behave itself going forward.
All right, pull yourself together, Werner. What is it about these nights that you are so eager to share with me?
Well, they're not always in the evenings, but they are in the shadows. People gather to test their boundaries in a safe and consensual atmosphere, often with more stains than your typical crime scene. But that is the point. Who are we to judge?
I suppose that's fair. What about today, then? Was anything different?
Well, I was invited as a special guest. It was supposed to be a time of both divine and carnal pleasures. A scratch for every unconventional itch.
I imagine you're reeling from your shattered expectations.
On the contrary, there is still spectacle, stimulation, and release, merely in a different form. I like to let life entertain me.
Or death. The police remain unaware of this tragic event?
Some of them may be hiding behind their masks. They conceal many things. But we didn't want the authorities to create more problems. Besides, after a few cocktails, their incompetence will have soared to new heights.
How do you know I even want the case?
I promised you relaxation. If there's one thing I know about you, Sherlock, it's that nothing soothes you more than a good mystery.
How did you discover the body? In between guzzles of alcohol?
I was set to perform in a fecundity rite with Fabio and came to inquire further. It was a staged ritual where he was to play the principle of life.
And the rehearsal was unsuccessful?
Who knows? I found him alone on the altar, his blood dripping to the floor.
And then?
Then I called Mr. Manchios. He was panicking, so I told him about you. We left the room and locked the door. Then we were...
filling time?
Waiting for you was stressful. We indulged in some simple comforts. Overindulged, perhaps.
Mr. Manchios is the owner of the manor, yes?
And the host of Cordona's most memorable parties. He promises even the ugliest guest a partner for the night. And for the ones with more unconventional tastes, Mr. Manchios provides other services.
What a caring person.
You cannot begin to imagine.
Were you well acquainted with Fabio, the victim?
Everyone knew Fabio, or wanted to. His beauty was the talk of the island. Too handsome to go unnoticed. He was magnetic. Fat wallets fought for the privilege of having him. He offered the pleasures of performance, and more.
When you discovered the body, was the door open?
No, it was locked. Oh, that reminds me. It's a minor detail, but the first time I came to speak to Fabio, I left without entering, having been unable to open the door.
You didn't have the key?
No, I had it. Don't look at me like that. I was mostly sober. I suspect there was a key in the other side of the door, blocking the lock.
That detail may very well be major, Werner. Well done. So you returned later, only to find the lock was not blocked?
Correct. After an hour had passed, I tried again and was able to unlock the door. That's when I discovered poor, handsome Fabio.
What about the fertility ritual? There was something about Fabio being a principle of life.
Fabio was supposed to portray the beauty of life's origin. Flowers, oil, not this travesty that seems straight out of the Inquisition.
So this ritual is not the fertility rite. What was it meant to look like?
It begins with a woman lying naked in a flower bed on the altar. She represents Gaia, the earth. As I cover her in oils, we chant for the principle. As our calls reach a climax, Fabio enters and copulates with her. After he finishes, I stab her with a dagger. That part's just pretend, of course.
But the intercourse is not?
I did not expect you to be such a prude. Are you a virgin? It is nothing to be ashamed of, but it would explain the color of your cheeks. The fertility rite marks the start of our festivities. The principle of life is beautiful, intimate, essential. It must not be stopped.
Yet it appears that someone did stop it. What about the naked woman? Can you tell me anything about her?
Oh yes, Matista. She's one of Fabio's compatriots and a performer too. I haven't seen her today, actually.
Это вот просто с ней поговорить. Тут столько насыпало.
You've got a lot to do, Sherlock.
Какой работы? У тебя нет никакой работы.
A person leaned against the doorframe. They left a smudged trail of blood. The wounded person was here for a bloody handprint on an armchair. There appear to be no further traces leading to the altar.
So, Sherry, do you have any ideas about the case?
Perhaps. I think I can deduce what happened here.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Что не так?
The bottle was used as a weapon during a scuffle in the smoking lounge. Then, to ensure no one would interrupt, the murderer locked the door. The unconscious body of the victim was moved to the altar room. Once the body was on the altar, the murderer thrust the dagger into the victim's heart, Symbols were drawn with the blood. The wardrobe was used to hide the bloodied robe from anyone's eyes. The killer washed himself and took a clean robe from the hanger before leaving.
Are you all right? You're on the floor, not moving.
I think I know what happened here. I'm starting to put the pieces together.
Fabio was stabbed.
I see nothing gets past you, Werner. Yes, he was stabbed, but only after being knocked out in the next room and placed here. I do not yet know why.
So, who's responsible?
Well, it was one person working alone, and the murderer has now donned a robe. He or she could be hiding in plain sight. We have lost time, Werner, but your discretion may prove to be a benediction after all.
Ай, блядь. Ну где? Где колпачок? Где?
Чё там психуешь? Чё ты психуешь?
Да, блин, она ей ничего не даст, не даешь. Чего ей не дашь, она все теряет, блин. Потом ищешь по всей комнате. А потом плачет, то, что у нее ничего нету. Все. Вот, давай. Теперь рисуй. Все. Молодец.
The murderer had to have access to this room. After the crime, he used his own key to lock the door. So, who had the key to the altar?
I'm not sure. As a special guest, I was provided one by Mr. Manchios. He should be able to tell you of any others.
Where can I find him?
Most likely in the main hall, entertaining his guests. He has a mask with golden stars. You can't miss him. But please be discreet. We don't want to risk disturbing the revelry.
Oh, there's beauties. Manches is the best, as always.
Curtains do not guarantee.
And you still need a crack, despite being a theory.
Give me another second.
Можно не давить, видишь? Иди встречай.
May I ask for your assistance?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
Do not distract me. It's not easy to play blindfolded.
I like wearing this.
Разговаривает с кем-то.
Она и картошку поела.
I need a rest from my insatiable wife.
Oh, hey, handsome. I see that look in your eyes.
Kurt Manchios, I presume? I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you must be the one Werner told me about. What a sweet voice you have. It must belong to a handsome young man. Can I call you Sherlock?
As you wish, Mr. Manchios. Mr. Vogel asked me to help you. The body in the altar room requires answers, and quickly. I suspect the murderer to still be here.
What? Lower your voice. I don't want anyone to hear us.
Did you know Fabio well?
People are starting to look at us, Sherlock. Change the subject. I can't believe what happened to him. To me. Such an atrocity. Think what it means for me. A wonderful evening for so many good, influential, and rich people has been ruined. I have betrayed all my promises of exotic delights.
I don't understand. Surely a murder would affect your reputation to a greater extent.
Please, isn't this why you are here? I thought you were a silent magician. Do your tricks and make it go away.
I need to find all those who had the key to the altar room. As far as I know, Mr. Vogel, Fabio, and you had access to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Also, Matista and Santos.
Santos? Who is that?
Santos Pinchetti, my major domo. In his opinion, at least.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Pinchetti and Matista. Do you have somewhere I might have a private conversation with them?
Of course, of course. Let me think. Matista is entertaining the guests somewhere, and Santos... Oh, yes. He will be busy with the servants. Or the cook. What's that noise? What's going on? Freeze, filth. You're under arrest.
Нормально. А, вот так даже, да? Полетел. И чё дальше? За что нас
Committed a
садили?
crime, and now I have to free you, kiss your hand, and apologize for the inconvenience, Your Grace.
I did tell you that Mr. Vogel and I were innocent. I emphasized it in my statement.
Your statement? Thanks to some bigwigs who work for the so-called good of the country by releasing fleas like you. Thank God we have Vogel in his letter. Once I get to that goldfish, I'll...
Bigwig? Oh, my wretched brother Mycroft and his long nose.
Wait, did you say Mycroft? Mycroft Holmes? Are you the youngest son of Violet Holmes, rest her soul?
You knew my mother?
Not personally, no. Not exactly. I was working on the paperwork for that case.
Would you happen to remember anything of the events?
Well, I didn't make the inquiry, but I remember seeing some notes. Why?
You must help me. It would mean a great deal to me if you could find any information about that day.
Huh. Got you hooked, right? You know what? Stark and the others think they're the smartest here, thanks to you. Let me get this straight. Are you listening to me, lad?
I'm all ears.
Take this case. Report to me only, to Constable Harvey Oswald. I'll leave everything I have on this table. Find the murderer. Be a real copper. Question the suspects, make them sing, give me something substantial.
And if Mr. Vogel is not a suspect?
If he's innocent, then you can take your favourite degenerate away from here. If you slip or mess with the evidence, then trust me, your brother won't save you from my bludgeon. Meanwhile, I'll be checking the archive for you. If anybody asks, then you're a consulting detective.
Let's make a start then, partner.
I'm glad we managed to get the scoop before the raid.
Back on track to solve the case.
Талончик у нас.
Look, I found Werner.
This area is restricted.
Good day, Mr. Manchios. I am Constable Oswald's partner in this investigation.
Be quick and gentle. Some of your colleagues are untrained boors. Although I don't mind meeting young officers. The new blood here.
If you cooperate in finding Fabio's murderer, there will be no need to meet with the boars again.
That voice. Werner's friend? You're the policeman. What a disappointment.
Only an undercover agent can scour a ditch full of deviants. I am a consulting detective, although I'm capable of replacing the entire department through my consultations.
Sharp-tongued, I like it. May I presume this tongue will get us out of this trouble? I would be so indebted and glad to repay you.
Nothing's changed. I'm looking for the murderer. That's the only way to get us out of trouble.
But it shouldn't take much time, correct? We're all busy after all.
I need to examine you first. You are a little over the top with your use of makeup, Mr. Manchios. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge your age?
Well, Sherlock, that's easy for you to say to an old man when you look as though you are barely 15.
But still, it shouldn't be an issue for someone of your status.
For people of my age, it isn't an issue, no. But the younger ones can be so afraid of wrinkles and grey flecks. I have to adapt.
Such a methodical man who cares for his body but misses the soap under his fingernails. Are you so impatient, or perhaps even impulsive?
I wouldn't call myself that. Silly little details. If I missed it, it wasn't important. Or rather, it was less important than who or what I was focused on.
What was Fabio like? His personality, his habits? Anything you can tell me?
He was the brightest star of my parties. Young, magnetic, and full of energy. I don't even want to mention his beauty. Otherwise, I'll be sobbing.
An expensive champion, I imagine.
His performances were flawless. He deserved his payment. Do you think he was murdered because of money?
Possibly. What about the other guests? Were they used to opening their wallets as well?
I wouldn't restrict my guests from anything. I'm sure Fabio received a few coins from others for his services.
Mr. Vogel told me a little about your parties, but I would like to know more directly from you.
I'm all yours, Sherlock. You have me arrested and locked here with you alone.
Да.
Why did you invite Mr. Vogel as your special guest?
He's a pretty fellow. He's capable of surprising the public. He has a talent for saying words that no one else would wish to either say or hear.
I suppose I can't argue with that.
He is a free addition to the eccentricity of the party, which is fine by me, as long as it enhances my party.
I'd like to know who you usually invite to your parties.
Free minds who are able to leave reality for an evening, who can taste forbidden fruit without prejudice. There is nothing that quite spices up life like these parties, assuming one is old enough and has worked many years for the good of one's country.
Ты на работу завтра
Oh,
пойдешь?
true laborers, I see.
Можешь гадалку попросить, чтобы она сфотографировала график приема к этому, блядь. Скажи мне, я скажу. Командиру полка.
I've no idea about that.
Ну да, чтоб, типа, короче, к нему записаться.
That's not something I know much about.
Да-да-да, там по личным
That's
вопросам,
not something I
так
know
вот
much
это
about.
называется. Ну, конечно, мне надо это...
You'd better ask
Мне же
someone
надо у него
else.
отношения взять. Ну, не отношения, а ходатайство.
Do you have any idea who tipped off the police to raid your mansion, Mr. Mansfield?
Of course. It was you. I could even say you Sherlocked me in here.
A good guess, but the wrong one. The fellow who did that was Mr. Pinchetti, your major domo.
What? Santos? But how could he even know? If he's not the murderer himself. The ungrateful swine. He has dared to besmirch my reputation.
Not a very eloquent choice of words.
What should I call him then, since he's a snitch? Make him talk, Sherlock. I'm quite certain he knows more about the murder than he has told the police. I've no idea about that. You'd better ask someone else. I've no idea about that. I've no idea about that. I've no idea about that. I've no idea about that.
You bought an expensive pair of cufflinks for Fabio. Were they his price? Or were they a tip for an exclusive
It was pure business. Fabio escorted me a few times. I was merely showing my gratitude.
This pair cost a small fortune. You must be extremely grateful then. Tell me more.
You've thrust a knife in an exposed nerve, Sherlock. Yes, he was my protege and my beacon also. With my experience and his beauty, we could have achieved anything. I had faith in him. I would have made him.
Ты... Ага. Сразу. Ага. Мгм.
Ага. И...
Ага. Мгм.
Ага.
Ага. Мгм.
Ага.
И чё, все, ничего больше нельзя? Ну ладно. Ага.
I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald. You are Matista, Fabio's friend.
This body, yes, it's Matista. But it's a mere shell that will die someday. Just like Fabio.
Please accept my condolences for your friend.
Thank you.
I'm just here to ask questions and find Fabio's murderer.
it will not bring Fabio back.
Я вообще тут ничего не вижу. А, вот так вижу.
Fabio and yourself were slaves, am I correct? You have a similar branding on your body.
Yes. It was a long time ago.
I couldn't help but also notice fresh cuts upon your forearms.
The cuts helped me to forget my past, to cover the old wounds and hide them.
How did you escape?
Something happened. One night the master fell down the stairs. I made him fall, and he died. We ran away that day. We managed to get on a ship and traveled here, to Cordona. Fabio and I started a new life here. It was very hard at first, but it became better with time. Until today.
The bruises on your neck are not self-inflicted. Someone else made them.
Some guests can't contain themselves. They even bite, sometimes. I know I can handle the news. I know I can handle the news.
Excuse me, just one question.
Nothing I can tell you, sir, but others might know more.
Werner, are you all right?
Oh, yes, yes. Everything's fine. In fact, it's something of a family reunion. My brother spent quite some time in this place himself.
You should not be here. I told the police everything I knew, but they refused to let you go. They require proof to free you.
Ha! What did you expect? The mighty Sherlock Holmes swans in, tells the officers what to think, and the world obeys?
Of course not. Anyway, I struck a deal with the constable, and I've got a free hand in the investigation. I find proof to solve the case for him. He obtains files about my mother's death for me.
Well done. If one has the power or will and can act, then one must. I wonder, suppose you couldn't get the proof to your truth. Would you tell a lie to the guard that enabled my freedom, knowing my innocence? Would that not be just?
Чего?
There are lines I will not cross, Werner. I will do my best to secure your release, but with proof, not deception.
Really? How many white lies have you told on this island? Why not for me? Why not another?
That is absurd. I can resolve this without compromises. Do not give up hope.
I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I can't follow you here. I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I can't follow you here. I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I can't follow you here. I can't follow you here.
I have learned who told the police about the crime. It was Santos Pinchetti.
Do I know him?
The major domo of the manor. He cleans up after you?
Well, then he does his job perfectly. All but invisible. I couldn't tell you the first thing about him. I know you can untangle this mess.
Don't look at them. They'll serve us if necessary.
I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I've nothing to say about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I've nothing to say about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this.
Have you considered Mr. Santos Pinchetti as a suspect?
The snitch? Have you seen him? I mean, my breath could knock him down. What's so special about him?
As a major domo, he has keys that open all the rooms, including the one to the crime scene. Could have testified only to circumvent suspicion, don't you think? We need to question him.
Right. I'll send our men to fetch him. Stay here. They brought him in, Mr. Holmes. Here's the key to interrogation room number 7. Mr. Pinchetti didn't even resist, our men said.
Thank you.
You can question Mr. Pinchetti in the interrogation room.
Письмо это вот здесь, да? Да вот здесь.
Mr. Pinchetti, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald.
I've already told him everything I know. I'm only a witness, sir. Everything's in my report.
And I've read it. You forgot to mention that you hold the keys to the room where Fabio was found. I need only to find if the crime was intentional.
But I need to return to my duties.
I doubt the house will fall without you, Mr. Pinchetti. Just be still for a few seconds.
Хрен у него нос.
Нос как
Это
нос.
не нос, а утес. Или даже больше. Скала.
Скала уже занята.
Мажордом в особняке Манчиоса.
You are the majordomo of a rich mansion, and you seem barely able to afford decent clothing. You hide under heavy makeup a skin disease that might be treated with more onerous but less harmful means. Do you have money troubles?
I do not have a lot of means. The pay is below what you might expect.
But you could easily change your job if your employer does not meet your elementary needs.
One can change his employer, that is true.
And the blood on your shoe, where does that come from?
I don't actually know. Perhaps from a guest?
Did you know Fabio?
Not personally. He was a frequent guest, and cleaning the mess after his performances was tedious. Mr. Manchios always had a role for him, and mainly the leading one. The parties were always Fabio-centric.
And Batista? Was she as popular as her partner?
Don't tell her I said this, but I do not think so. Mr. Manchios hired her only because Fabio refused to work without her. Mr. Manchios used to see her as a worker. She was tasked with entertaining the guests, unlike Fabio, who could pick and choose. Please let me out.
Пока ты играешь, я шью себе жопу.
Зашьешь себе жопу?
Ну.
Это же хорошая новость.
Не для тебя.
Ключики.
I recognize the key from the altar room among these.
Какой добрый человек.
Mr. Manchios says that you begged him to be included in the heritage. Isn't that a little extreme, even for a major domo?
He's not only my employer, he's my uncle. And I'm his next of kin. The only one. Mr. Manchios flatly refuses to pay a family member. All I have to do is repay his so-called love, cleaning up the filth after perverts and decadents. He's imprisoned me. The best I can hope for is a new broom. That's why I wanted to have my part of the inheritance.
Is it that bad? You have a roof above your head, a salary, and the status of a major domo.
For God's sake. I'm forced to dye and stitch my threadbare clothes, and the holes in my shoes are painful. I'm ashamed every time a guest looks at me closely.
Why do you think your uncle treats you this way?
My mother, my uncle's sister, had me illegitimately. She died, and I was given the surname of one of the maids.
But you are entitled to some of the money that belongs to your family.
He thinks not. I was not responsible for my mother's death. I work hard, and he pays me nothing. I feed on the leftovers. While he wastes our estate's property on decadent parties, he paid Fabio handsomely and showered him with expensive gifts for their disgusting relationship.
Ну и замес тут, конечно.
The air here is rather refreshing. I'd even recommend that some of my friends visit the place.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers. Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Did you hear Basilio Capello is in jail? Did you hear Basilio?
Базилио.
In the police. Let's pretend to be cops, eh? We
Ну
can just
почему
stand
оно
around and
Базилио?
look confused.
Ну что, тут везде, что ли?
So much work, so little time.
Good night. Your ticket, please, if you want me to help you.
Талон.
I'd like to check the evidence from this case.
And who are you?
Oswald sent me. I'm a consulting detective.
His partner, then? Let me see. Ah, A ritual murder. What a bunch of degenerates. Wait a second, I'll bring it to the table.
All the keys of the mansion on one golden ring. A heavily perfumed handkerchief with the initials KM in the corner. It's a miracle this ruby hasn't tempted anyone. An emergency kit for boredom. Not the time for privacy. Werner's personal sketchbook. That's not for bedtime reading. This ex libris belongs to Manchios Library. The book describes a ritual similar to the one performed in the altar room. Her key to the altar room. A handcrafted charm that contains hair and nail clippings. Thank you, officer.
Что случилось? 37, я же сказал.
Что дальше делать?
This letter proves nothing. Fabio wrote it to Mr. Manchios. It's time to free Mr. Vogel.
Do you really think I'm that naive? I need proof, not words from his friend.
Very well. Mr. Pinchetti told me that Mr. Manchios was lavishing Fabio with expensive and eccentric gifts. The letter mentions rich rewards and attempts to buy Fabio with them. It was written to Mr. Manchios. Who else was showering Fabio with luxuries to buy him? It doesn't fit Mr. Vogel's character.
Look here. We had a deal. Give me the murderer and then take your friend with you. I won't budge otherwise.
Well, fine, but you're just wasting time.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
There is undeniable evidence that you were the original recipient of this letter.
What are you talking about? Is it addressed to me?
Your protege wanted a fresh start, it seems. This is sufficient to charge you.
Me? Hurt my star? Are you insane that you would accuse me of such a thing?
He did not consider himself as yours. Since you deny everything, let's move on. Do you have any idea as to how the letter could have ended up in Mr. Vogel's pocket?
You were the detective. Perhaps he took it from Fabio. Werner was a little high.
Да.
Лагает у тебя все жестко. Я про стрим.
Я понял. Вот так и получается. Даже стрим лагает. Не знаю, может, интернет просил.
I've no idea about that.
Do you recognize this book? Could Matista have borrowed it from your library?
She didn't ask me. How ungrateful.
The things described in the book were inspiration for the rituals you performed?
Do you really believe that blood, symbols, and incantations can resurrect the dead? They are just eerie tales with a mix of occultism and voodoo. My rituals are a stage to show some of the forbidden pleasures. I've no idea about that.
I've read the letter about your will. A harsh method of ridiculing Santos. I doubt he will use mustache wax when he wears no mustache to begin with.
Where did you get it? Is the slug here? Tell him I shouldn't have to provide for him. He's a grown man who shouldn't sit on his uncle's neck. He conceives himself as my only heir.
And who is he to you?
He's a leech on my aging body. He has only added problems to my life since the death of his mother.
I fail to see why you made him your major domo.
He needed to know his place, so I taught him.
Все, до завтра.
Все, пока.
Пока.
I can't wrap my head around such a tragedy at my party.
This book, The Power of Love, Blood and Mandrake, what do you hope to achieve?
To learn more about the invisible strengths that govern us. Occultism is real. The master who fell that night when Fabio and I escaped, I made him fall. I cast a spell on him and it worked.
Or was it a coincidence?
The universe is rarely so lazy.
If you say so. Could Fabio have written this letter to Kurt Manchos?
Oh, that could be. I never thought Mr. Manchos could make Fabio that angry, though.
What do you mean?
Well, Fabio wanted to disassociate from Mr. Manchos. Clients who are in love are both a blessing and a curse.
But Fabio was here tonight.
Money. In our line of work, we can't afford to turn down clients who pay as well as Kurt Manchos.
Was Fabio afraid of Mr. Manchos?
Not at all. The old toad wouldn't dare to do more than sweet talk and touching. Talk can be forgotten, and touching washed away.
Что я? Ну и ладно.
Do you practice occult rituals?
For protection? For fortune? To wash away the ugliness of the world? Sometimes to survive. I have the gift, and I'm learning to use it better.
Did you use your gift on Fabio?
I only used white magic. Love charms lately. Fabio became so distant. I just wanted him to be with me, but I suppose I'm not as skilled as I thought.
Тут капец такие мутки жесткие. Куда? Сюда. Оп. Оп. Мгм. Мгм. А ничего не появляется.
I have reason to believe that the intended recipient of the incriminating letter may have been Kurt Manchios.
Well, that makes sense. Too bad I can't remember how I came to possess it. Though I did spend quite some time with Mr. Manchios during the party.
Unfortunately, even with an answer, that may still not be enough to clear you with the police. But fear not, I will persevere.
I hope your attempt to put things straight will make up for...
You being on a bender?
Touché.
Опа. 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 А что у нас тут? Все получается, мы дошли до финала. Но их же трое. Нет?
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Не знаю, сейчас посмотрю.
Don't look at them. They'll serve us if necessary.
What a long day.
О, я теперь могу сюда попасть, прикинь. А вот сюда не могу.
Слышишь? Так.
May I ask for your assistance?
Unfortunately, my casebook is empty on this.
Дальше должен быть то, что ты можешь обвинить Матисту.
О, вот он.
Excuse me, but are you Mr. Capello? My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm hoping you could spare a moment to talk.
Manners, what a pleasant surprise. Most of your colleagues have lacked even the simplest of common courtesies.
The reason should be apparent, Mr. Capello. I am
Ну,
not
я не
a
политический,
policeman.
что ты
I
думаешь?
have taken an independent interest in your situation.
Ah, of course, you're a journalist.
Nothing so prosaic. I'm a detective of sorts with an interest in the interesting, such as your case. I'm not after your money nor a scandalous tale for the Gazette, just the truth.
Ah, how quaint. Bene. Ask your questions, Mr. Holmes.
О. Что, совсем стрим упал?
Да нет, пока живет.
А то у меня там что-то зависло, не знаю.
У меня вообще нет этого типа, которого ты сейчас...
Так я то сам не знаю, это какое-то другое задание. Это Базилио. Нет, про Базилио они говорили что-то. Мастерской, где производят сейфы и замки. Двери. Подозревают в убийстве. Что-то... Я не помню.
You are surprisingly composed for a man accused of murder. Not so easily shaken, I take it.
Life is full of surprises. You'd be astonished how many deals go sour due to a force majeure. One becomes skilled at adapting. I am confident this will all be set straight. Until then, I will endure.
Much how you endure that injured hand. Those bruises look painful, but you seem barely aware of it. Were you attacked?
Ah, no, a minor accident, nothing more. My heady days as a man out to prove his valor are far behind me. I now know that to succeed in life, one must stay calm and plan ahead. The world will turn your way eventually. And if it does not, then one must persuade it so.
Please, tell me how you ended up in this situation.
Well, this morning some clients arrived to finalize their purchase of a Capello modular safe. But when we opened the door, out tumbled a dead man.
And I take it this wasn't normal?
No, I normally keep my corpses in the wardrobe. Please, young man, spare me your wit. The rest of the day was a blur. I recognized the victim, and it seems so did the police. That was enough to make me the main suspect.
Who sent for the authorities?
No one. As it happens, we had a break-in last night. Nothing was stolen, but for insurance purposes, the report had to be made. So, police officers just happened to be on the premises when we discovered the body in the safe.
You mentioned you were showing your wares to some prospective buyers when the safe was opened. Who were they?
Clerks from the bank. They inspected the safe from top to bottom yesterday. I assumed the sale was just a formality at that point.
And the safe was closed?
It's usually open, but it locks automatically when the door swings closed. That's another marvelous Capello invention.
A coffin that locks itself. Marvelous indeed. Help me grasp your movements yesterday. What time did you meet the customers from the bank, and did you have any other appointments?
Yesterday, the bank clerks arrived at 10 a.m. Afterwards, I was alone in the office until my wife Augusta came in at 3 p.m. I left for home at 6:30 p.m.
And what about this morning?
Our meeting for the demonstration was set for 9 a.m. I arrived about half an hour prior in order to prepare.
I have one final inquiry. Do you recall the time at which the safe door was closed?
Young man, I may just as well ask you when you closed your cigar case. I have opened our safes a dozen times a day for a dozen years. I do not recall.
You say you became the suspect when the police identified the victim. Is there history between you?
Surely you jest. That man and I have never met and never would, unless he became the first deity in history to use our products.
Some sort of family feud? I'm afraid I'm not familiar.
You must be new to Cordona. It's an old tale. Back in Italy, generations ago, the deities tried to ruin our family business. They nearly succeeded. The Capellos rightfully struck back, but there has been bad blood ever since.
And does that blood flow in you too?
I told you, sir, it's an old story, or it was. I fear this horrible event portends worse to come. My wife may be in danger as we speak.
I'd like to inquire about the burglary.
I'm not sure I see the connection, but if you wish to know more, talk to Billy Lloyd, the night watchman. He scared off the thief.
Was it also Billy that discovered the burglar?
No, my wife did. She had stayed late yesterday. Poor Augusta. At least she's safer with the police than at home alone.
Well, Mr. Capello, I think that's all I need from you at present. Where can I find your office?
Here, take my card. Billy should be on site to assist with the investigation. And please, sir, would you check on my wife before you depart?
Thank you. I will endeavor to speak with her before I leave the station.
Please, treat her gently. Women lack our resilience when it comes to ordeals like this. I shall eagerly await your return. After all, there's little else I can do.
Oh, Sherry, disappointing. We were putting on a show and you called it off halfway through.
Открывай, короче, эти чертоги разума своего.
А у меня стрим упал. Понял?
А у меня идет еще.
Так он упал и заново поднялся. Каким-то чудным образом. А у меня нигде ничего не упало, даже эта скорость. Я знаю, что
Короче, тебе
надо их открывать.
принять решение надо, это, короче, надо обвинить Манчиуса. Потому что ты так заработаешь 120 монет.
Так и что, я же не за деньги делаю это.
Так и в любых других случаях ты только всего лишь 40 заработаешь.
И что?
Короче, смотри. Ритуал инсценирован. Где я видел, где-то там было у тебя. То, что ритуал инсценирован. Вон, Фабио, вода. Ритуал инсценирован. Потом над Матистой издевались гости. Чё? Нет, убери отсюда.
Кого?
Ну эту куну убери и дальше выбирай. Так, что там, подожди. Манчия смыл над Матистой издевались гости. А, вон, да, вон, есть, подожди. Манчия смыл себя кровь после убийства. Это вот тут вот где-то только что было.
О! Я нашел третьего. А я думал, почему? Чего, кого? Вот оно чё. Ага. Я же говорю, стрим перезапустился. Потому что у меня было 3 зрителей. Теперь 2. И кто-то отлетел сразу. Угу.
Короче, обвиняй Манчиоса.
Почему?
А?
Чему?
тебе 120 монет дадут, пойдешь купишь себе это мебель.
Так мне не нужна мебель. Я хочу правду, а не мебель.
Я ебу, кто тут прав.
Так подумать можно.
Когда отправляете Манчиуса под арест, то он единственный, кто особо не отрицает свою вину. Торжество справедливости, ну вот, это когда Манчиуса садишь.
И чё, вешать его или оставить?
Вешай его нахуй.
Нужно. Или оставить? Оп, красненькая. Оп, красненькая.
Have you learned anything?
Карты какие-то лежат. Ну, только что я попал на него. О.
Help me, please. Have I done something wrong, officer? Because if not, I think I will move on.
Ну пойди. Чё ты стоишь там? Пойди, пойди. Интересно, тут кто-нибудь будет? Какие-нибудь отсылки там, не знаю. Какие-то эти штучки-дрючки. Хотя бы в тюрьме.
Do you know anything about this?
Oh, I don't know about that. Ask one of the others.
Mrs. Cabello, please wait in the office. The inspector will be here soon.
Так кто сказал?
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Так и чё мне как? Я же выбрал. Выбор.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Нет, тут поищет какие документы.
Continue our investigation.
Тебе надо, наверное, письмо Фабио отдать.
Какое письмо?
While I look for the papers.
Покажите письмо от Фабио констеблю Освальду в архиве. Настало время принимать решение.
Can I ask you a question?
If the police had helped my family, I would have helped too.
Еще жена должна быть где-то этого.
Would you like to report a crime?
Do you know anything about this?
Oh, I don't know about that. Ask one of the others.
Да хватит. А, то есть только с мальчиками можно поговорить.
Help me, please.
I wish I could help you, but I don't know.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Чё, игра сломалась?
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
The murder of Fabio did not have a ritual purpose, Mr. Manchios. It was staged by a man who wished to distract the investigation.
That might be true. That poor girl Matista wouldn't dare to kill the only man who cared for her. So, Santos.
Mr. Pinchetti snatched at the chance to solve his problems.
Ungrateful little scum. Will he be executed?
But what for? He informed the police as to the crime, that was all. He couldn't stage the ritual, but he found the body, I believe.
I can't believe it. Why did Werner do it?
Mr. Vogel. He had no reason, and he won't be a scapegoat as you plan. You put Fabio's letter in his pocket when he was intoxicated, didn't you?
You can't be serious.
We can very often deduce someone's life by their shoes or their fingernails. You are a meticulous person, but this murder was fairly traumatic and filthy. After you stabbed Fabio, you were covered in blood. You panicked and neglected to rinse the soap from under your fingernails. The devil is in the details, Mr. Manchios.
Nonsense. I missed it simply because of the busy schedule of the party.
Of course, a staged murder was certainly not planned. You're at the twilight of your life. You have no partner, you have no children. You had feelings, however, for one man. That was Fabio. You loved him. That is, you wished to own him with money and gifts. But he was also a free mind, was he not? He turned his back on you. Quite unjust. Love, so cruel and painful, and Fabio, with his words and deeds, made you feel the more wretched. So you killed him.
You must surely perceive that my sensitive nature wouldn't allow me to hurt anyone.
You staged the murder as a satanic ritual. It was easy for you since you were the one who wrote the scenarios for the parties. It was your way of avoiding suspicion. A respectable man in his 60s,
Early 60s.
who hosts the cream of Cordona's society, cannot possibly be a murderer. But the guests who behave like animals in his mansion, of course, one of them could have killed Fabio.
I did oversee a few of the rituals, but I did not stage Fabio's death.
The young performer played with your emotions. That was painful to realize. You spent so much time and effort to be with Fabio, but he didn't respond in the way you would have liked. You wanted to be loved, but Fabio shattered your dreams. In the smoking lounge, he teased and mocked you. He wanted you to suffer by offering himself to others. The deception was unbearable. You struck him, and then you staged the ritual. You planted the letter in Vogel's pocket and attempted to set up Matista.
What poppycock? Sherlock, stop this game now.
There is no stop word, Mr. Manchios. Relax and enjoy it. I'll pass the remainder of this case to Constable Oswald. He'll know what to do with you.
Ага, и то есть сейчас можно изменить. И с каждым поговорить.
I'd weep if I had any tears left at all.
The air here is rather refreshing. I'd even recommend that some of my friends visit the place.
I have a name for you. Kurt Manchios.
Is that so? The master of the Sabbath?
The man himself. Mr. Manchios couldn't stand to lose control over his lover. A deadly revenge that deserves a proper sentence. I have all the evidence to charge him.
A degenerate and a murderer. I'll make a name thanks to that for sure. As for my part, not everything was in place. Perhaps some documents were transferred somewhere else, but I couldn't find a trace of them. Then I remembered. The discarded document drawers where we put the lost papers or the badly labelled ones. Including the crime scene report of Violet Holmes's case. Everything I've found is on the desk here. Take it.
Your persistence has saved me.
Yeah, well, we had a deal after all. Your friend is free then. You can leave.
Good luck, Constable.
Угу. Опять у него видение.
The garden. There's a garden behind our manor. How could I forget? That's where it all happened, where it all went wrong.
Sherry, it looks like you've almost found what you wanted.
You must be the inspector.
О,
Would you be Augusta Capello?
Must
Вот
I
она.
really repeat myself to every baby-faced man in uniform that strides in?
Oh, I'm not the inspector, but I am investigating your husband's case as an independent observer.
Then why are you here? Get out.
Mrs. Capello, I mean you no harm. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I'm on your husband's case independently.
Please, Mr. Holmes. I cannot bear to relive it again just for some stranger's pleasure. I wish to be left alone.
Whilst I prefer German composers, the harp solo from Lucia di Lammermoor stands out as one of Donizetti's finest contributions to the form. I'm sure Basilio thought the same.
He did. How? Did he tell you how we met?
Oh, there was no need. It is trivial to observe how much you value your memories of playing harp in the orchestra, and even an amateur Italian harpist would be familiar with Donizetti's finest work.
Yes. Music is a balm in these uncertain times. It is nice to meet another who appreciates it.
Much as I appreciate the truth. Please, Mrs. Capello, let me help you and your husband.
I am not unappreciative, sir. But I'm afraid I presently lack the strength.
Basilio tells me you were present during the burglary yesterday. What can you tell me about it?
Oh, it gave me such a fright. I fainted, fell to the floor. I wish I could help you, but I'm just utterly useless. Please, I want to rest before the inspector arrives.
Were you familiar with the deceased man found in the safe?
No, I did not know him, nor can I conceive of how the poor soul ended up there.
You've had quite the day, Mrs. Capello. I shall leave you be. If I have further questions, I may visit again later.
Oh, Sherry, disappointing. We were putting on a show and you call it off halfway through.
Oh, you did it, Sherlock! The case is closed and all rewards belong to the winner. Bravo!
It is merely the triumph of the truth.
Is it? No compromises? No lies? You're happy with your decisions?
Whatever the truth, it had to be revealed. The victim deserved it.
Well, you seem confident in the value of your actions. I guess since I'm free, you were heard after all. By the way, did you get that precious information about your mother? Oh, not that you must.
Yes, I did.
Forgive my intrusion in such a personal matter. I simply worry I'm failing to be of much help to you.
Actually, you were. For some reason, all the archives on the case had disappeared. This was a rare opportunity to obtain the impossible.
Outrageous. Perhaps someone found the truth unpleasant. Society usually rejects those who speak with too much honesty, doesn't it?
A comfortable lie is often preferred to an uncomfortable truth. Still, I believe that the latter should prevail, and I cannot remain silent.
That's quixotism at its best. Your mere truth cannot defeat institutions, systems, and power. Etiquette, religion, marriage, they're all lies told to preserve connections, love, and sanity, and it's all corruptible.
Lies destroy human dignity. How could you make a free decision without any knowledge of the truth?
Are we really free to decide anything in this world, Sherlock?
I get enough obnoxious pontification from my brother, so please spare me your lecture.
Forgive my love for moral philosophy. I know I tend to ramble. You're a walking contradiction, Sherlock. You refuse to lie to others, but constantly lie to yourself. How long until the train comes off the track? I cannot look away, but perhaps I should take a few steps back. You're an accident waiting to happen, dear. Until then, I shall bid you adieu.
Она утонула, она не утонула.
Вот. Ну все. Давай где. Она не утонула.
Так пока все равно тут мало еще.
Привет. Привет.
Привет, Андрей.
Это делать, для чего мы там говорим? Отвечаем, да? Пока-пока.
Пока.
Sherry, please listen to me. Sherry.
John, I always listen to you.
You don't have to do this. You don't have to go through. I don't know what is beyond this door, but I can feel it. Buzzing, angry like a fly at the window.
I know. I can sense it too.
You locked away this memory for a reason. There is only pain here.
Pain? And truth.
You do not need to suffer either. There is so much more we can do on Cordona, so many others we could help. There is no coming back from this.
John, my anima, my brother, there is nothing more important in this moment than this truth. I know you fear for me, but my path was set long ago. I can no more step off it than I can ask the avalanche to roll back uphill.
Just please be careful, Sherry. I love you.
Quite. Come on. We'll go together.
Ура! Все, конец игры.
Ну вот это да, это вроде как последний.
В смысле? У меня там столько заданий еще. Ты чё вырядился? Нельзя так одеваться. Конечно, да. Что за... Ну не решают, как мне тут выглядеть.
Why didn't I remember we had such a big garden?
Maybe you forgot it for your own good. That's the descendant of a tree your father planted in London, correct?
Indeed, we planted the sprout here, and for a while it grew happily. Alas, it seems without us here to care for it, it didn't survive.
Как давно я сюда хотел попасть. Офигеть. Какой тут сад большой. Чё он бегать тут не может?
Ah, yes. The statue of Merope. My mother was trying to restore it. Pity she never had the opportunity to finish. Is that the raft we made together, John?
Looks more like a pile of rotten planks now.
That's from Mother's favorite tea set. What is it doing in here?
Еще и ходить тут надо. О,
Come here, Sherry. Hurry.
что делать-то тут?
These must help calm her down.
What are you thinking about? Is everything all right? What are you thinking about? Is everything all right?
Don't go, Mother, wait. I remember this artifact from Mother's collection. Mother's work journal. I liked poring over the detailed pages and reading about my parents' collection.
Here it is. We'll just borrow it for a while.
Did you hear that? Someone's coming. Let's take a peek. You call this progress? Charlotte, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
Any result is progress, even if it is a worsening of her condition. It informs my...
No. I have made my decision. She must be sent to a legitimate medical facility. I will not let her hurt Sherlock.
What? Master Holmes, you do not understand.
That will be all. I expect you to have left the house by week's end.
Sherry, say something. Can you hear me? You're scaring me.
Sherlock, I'm here. Come closer. Sherry, come here, darling.
Coming, mother.
Погода меняется все время.
This was for my mother, wasn't it? I remember how we came to the garden for a breath of fresh air.
Take me to my flowers, Sherry. They must already be in bloom.
As you wish, Mum. I bet you missed the fresh air, didn't you?
Terribly. The sun is far brighter than I remember. But I like it.
We can walk each day from now on, if you want.
That would be wonderful. Just look at them. The stars of the earth. Even the sky must be jealous of their beauty.
Indeed. Mother, would you like to go around the water?
That would be perfect. I always wanted such a nice pond in London. It looks so peaceful.
Mycroft knew you would like it.
We should put some fish in it, don't you think?
How about some carp?
That's a nice idea. Let's visit your father's tree. It grows so fast, just like you.
We could even build a tree house in it.
Yes, Sherry. Speaking of your father, could you call him out, please?
Mom! I'm sorry. He passed away. He's gone.
No, he's not.
I'm telling the truth. Did you forget again?
No! Don't you dare say such things! You are a liar like all the others!
Mother!
Don't call me that! You aren't fooling me!
No! Mom, it hurts!
My son would never lie!
Mom, stop!
Who are you? Reveal yourself!
Please, stop! It's me, Sherlock!
You are not my Sherry! Give me my stuff, I won't
Мгм. Мгм.
Ну-ка. Так. Бла-бла-бла, душевное расстройство плюс приступ, бла-бла-бла. Затем выберите одну из 4 концовок. В любом случае можно будет переиграть и просмотреть другие кадры. Диалоги можно пропускать. Так или иначе, Шерлок прекратит видеть выдуманного Джона, но уже в Лондоне встретит того самого Джона Ватсона.
О, а чё, так можно было? Так это что, не конец?
Ну, хуй знает. Ну, у меня типа все, у меня все кончилось. То есть у меня дальше вообще ничего не написано. Все. Внимание, если вы пройдете через дверь в сад, больше не сможете вернуться в Кордону. Впрочем, можете сделать ручное сохранение.
Поздно. Мы не сделали ничего. Ну и ладно. Не взяли задания там. Ну, точнее, не сделали их, которых там было. А, я даже выйти отсюда не могу, типа, вот это все, что я могу. Тут нет кнопки назад. Типа, вообще никак. Все, только выбирать. Так и чё, мне кажется, что это я убил её. И концовки мы не посмотрим. Круто, классно.
Почему?
Так нет сохранения, я не могу выйти, я ничего не могу.
Так, а тут у тебя же там автоматически же сохраняется.
Да, оно сохраняется и сохраняется. Там не будет сохранения, которое было до этого.
Должно быть.
Оно будет, которое вот я начал сегодня. То, что я начал сегодня, вот будет такое. А которое вот тут, оно будет вот тут. Ну, типа надо было вручную сохраняться. Ну так что, какую концовку ты хочешь посмотреть?
Да не знаю. Ну давай виноватым из Джона. Потом можем поменять и еще раз посмотреть.
Вот он же не сможете. Я-то думал, я тут еще буду месяц играть.
Sherlock. Sherlock. Can you hear me? Come on, wake up.
Сейчас он такой, отвали, уйди, покинь меня.
You knew, and more than that, you hid it from me. You couldn't bear the truth, Sherlock, so I shouldered it for you. I took your pain, your horror.
You. It was your idea. The sedative, that was you.
She was hurting us. Sherry,
I couldn't bear to see you suffer.
So you killed my mother. My worst impulses, my darkest thoughts, they're you. You were a lie, John, a fiction, a crutch.
No, I was a friend. Sherlock, please.
Sherlock?
What?
Are you okay?
I don't know.
I told you not to come, Sherlock. Where is he?
Who?
Your friend, John.
He's beside you.
Was all this worth it? Is he worth it?
Why is he here?
I think, in his own way, he was trying to protect me. A truth I couldn't bear. But now I must face it.
Whoa, 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 Sherry. What are you doing?
Чё он моргает?
There is only one way through.
Through what? What do you mean?
My entire life, my work, my mind, has been compromised by a malignant force, by a perversion of rationality. By you, John. You're a tumor. You're a poison.
Sherlock.
And like a tumor, you must be excised for the health of the patient.
No. No, this is the lie, Sherry. I protected you. I am your friend, your brother. You know me. You know me. I was always there for you. When your mother lashed out, I took the hit. When you were alone, I held you. She was sick. She needed to calm down. I helped her.
You killed her.
No. Yes. No. But it was not meant. Please. Please. I'm scared.
I know.
И чё это, как-то его убьют?
Are you all right?
I think, on the balance of things, no.
That is good news. To be unaffected by today's events would place you in a different pathology entirely. Your time on Cordona is over, Sherlock. Tomorrow we shall board a vessel back to London, and all this? It stays here.
He's gone, Mycroft. I needed to take control. He would help me, but it was a lie but he's gone. I knew he was wrong. Do you see? I am free. I just had to act.
Yes. In that respect, you are your mother's son.
Он сказал, маменькин сынок.
Все, давай другую концовку.
Нету, не дает.
Сейчас, видимо, досмотрим все.
Заново игру проходить. Так это же не Лондон, это же это остров этот еще. Да, вот могила.
Why are you here?
Closure, I suppose. And to help a friend.
You and I are not friends. In a race between the thawing of the ice caps and our friendship, I would buy a boat.
Ha! Is that right?
I can see it now. I know what you did.
What did I do?
You needled me. From the moment we met, you were searching for weakness. You pushed me to pursue the truth about my mother. You questioned everything I did, everything I believed, to break me. To blur truth and fiction, reality, morality. A saboteur in silk. Was it vengeance, Werner? Or do you prefer Klaus?
Excuse me?
You are Klaus Richter, Otto's younger brother. Do you hold me responsible for his end?
Ha! There was no love lost between me and my brother. I am sure you can relate. Otto was merely the gravity that pulled me into your orbit. Or you into mine. Once I met you, I could not keep away.
Then why? What reason do you have for all this?
To help you.
You're lying.
To show you that you were wrong.
More lies. I know you now, Werner. Try again.
To see what had happened. Or is that yet another untruth? Does it matter? Take your pick. Who cares? You're my masterpiece. I turned Sisyphus into Ozymandias. You could not see the futility of your quest until I helped you to let go of the rock. And now, nothing beside remains.
I remain. Despite you and to spite you.
It is a matter of will and power now. Will you overcome this, or shall you decay? Oh, on that note, I brought you something.
I want nothing more from you.
When one wants for nothing, Sherlock, the best thing to get them is something personal. So, here you are. Now, please excuse me, but the gallery calls. I'm already conceiving my next project.
Это что?
You really are beautiful.
Это кто?
Шерлок, наверное.
I am all right. I returned to London and enrolled at Cambridge University. Their professors leave something to be desired, or perhaps I simply lack the interest in all but a few lectures. I prefer to spend my time at the local hospital pursuing things of practical use. Medical research, chemical tests and the like. Empirical truths. I try not to think about you. I try not to think about anyone unless it is in the course of an investigation. I've started to help people with their menial mysteries. It keeps the mind occupied. I cannot risk otherwise. I'm not like her. I'm not like you. I am all right. I found it! I found it!
And what is that?
Прикольно. А чё он усатый?
How far, bruises may be produced after death. How are you? You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive.
How on earth did you know that?
Never mind. The question now is about bruising. No doubt you see the significance of this discovery of mine.
It is interesting, no doubt, but practically...
Why, it is the most practical medico-legal discovery for years. Had we these data sooner, hundreds of men would have paid the penalty for their crimes. Cases oft hinge upon how a man died. Now, we can know which wounds he suffered alive, which occurred post-mortem, and what instrument was responsible. And ergo, one will soon be able to calculate with utmost precision when and where death occurred, sparing the innocent and damning the guilty.
Well, then you are to be congratulated.
Indeed. But you came here on business.
correct again. I am looking for someone with whom to take diggings, and heard you were complaining that you could get no one to go halves with you.
I have my eye on a suite in Baker Street, which would suit us down to the ground. You don't mind the smell of strong tobacco, I hope?
I smoke ships myself.
That's good enough. I get in the dumps at times, and don't open my mouth for days on end. Just let me alone, and I'll soon be right. What have you to confess now? It's best for two fellows to know what bruises each other carries before they begin to live together. My last companion and I...
Well, I object to rows because my nerves are shaken. And I get up at all sorts of ungodly hours. And I am extremely lazy. I have another set of vices when I'm well. But those are the principal ones at present.
Do you include violin playing in your category for route?
It depends on the player. A well-played violin is a treat for the gods. A badly played one.
Oh, no, that's all right. I think we may consider the thing as settled. Oh, forgive my manners. My attention wavers. Sherlock Holmes.
Dr. John Watson.
John.
Ну вот, получается. Сделали.
Ну все, давай другую.
Все, продолжить.
Опа-на.
Ты время засекал?
Это 19:46 запусти.
В смысле, так далеко?
Ну это чтобы, если ты хочешь миссии делать по этому, по кордону.
Нет.
Вот здесь вон, да, прям чекпоинт, видишь, это ты вот с этого, с участка пошел.
Я хочу концовки.
Концовки самую раннюю. Выбери.
А какую мы смотрели, ты помнишь?
Да, только Джон виноват. Ну все, у меня вылетел стрим. Сейчас перезапущу. Чик.
Сейчас все нормально вроде.
Чик, я говорю, сука. Бля, не запускается, слышь?
Теперь у тебя с интернетом беда.
У меня все заебись, на.
Да, у меня тоже.
Наверное. Вот, все запустил. Давай нажми любую кнопку. Это ты где?
Вот где-то там, час назад, где-то я.
Это ты 19:46, да, запустил? Ну, это вот ты типа сейчас поедешь типа туда, домой.
Уверен?
Да.
А вдруг я вот так сделаю? Куплю себе стул.
Ну все, у тебя считай есть сохраняшка, чтобы миссии в городе делать.
Sherry,
Job.
you...
I find myself awash in
Да,
know that
ну почему он сам нажал?
There is no...
John,
Just...
quite.
Я должен с этим покончить.
Я знаю.
Так покончи.
Why didn't I remember we had such a big garden?
Maybe you forgot it for your own good.
А что, тут бегать нельзя?
Не, я же сказал. Что еще тогда? Я вот жму, ничего не это.
That's from Mother's favorite tea set. What is it doing in here?
Жалко, вот это пропустить нельзя.
Come here, Sherry. Hurry!
These must help calm her down.
What are you thinking about? Is everything all right?
Don't go, Mother, wait. I remember this artifact from Mother's collection. Mother's work journal. I liked poring over the detailed pages and reading about my parents' collection.
Here it is. We'll just borrow it for a while.
Did you hear that? Charlotte, you call this progress?
Sherry, say something. Can you hear me? You're scaring me.
I'm waiting for you. Sherry?
Coming,
Come
Mother.
here, darling.
This was for my mother, wasn't it? I remember how we came to the garden for a breath of fresh air.
Take me to my flowers, Sherry. They must already be in bloom.
As you wish, Mum. I bet you
Чё
missed the
там
fresh
орёшь?
air, didn't you?
Terribly. The sun is far brighter than I remember. But I like it.
We can walk each day from now on, if you want.
That would be wonderful. Just look at them. The stars of the earth. Even the sky must be jealous of their beauty.
Indeed.
Сам повернулся, а назад не может.
Mother, would you like to go around the water?
That would be perfect. I always wanted such a nice pond in London. It looks so peaceful.
Mycroft knew you would like it.
We should put some fish in it, don't you think?
How about some carp?
That's a nice idea. Let's visit your father's tree. It grows so fast, just like you.
We could even build a tree house in it.
Yes, Sherry. Speaking of your father, could you call him out, please?
Mom! He's... I'm sorry. He passed away. He's gone.
No, he's not.
I'm telling the truth. Did you forget again?
No! Don't you dare say such things! You are a liar like all the others!
Mother!
Why?
Чего у тебя с проигрывателем?
Не знаю.
Ошибка 2000, говорит.
Самому интересно. Пишет, что скорость, все нормально, все классно. Кадры не падают.
Запусти мне в этом в Дискорде.
Ну, конечно, так просто все у тебя, да?
Ну да.
Ну да, получается, конечно, так вот все. Запусти мне вот здесь еще, да, 2 стрима, конечно, потянет. Чё не 3? На ютубе смотри.
На ютубе?
Да.
Ютуб. Где там? Пок. И я в эфире.
Ты уверен?
Ну, я на ютубе смотрю.
Там все работает, да?
А?
Там все работает.
Да.
Ну вот, видишь. Твич обосрался, получается. Что, теперь я? Или не я?
Теперь я. Теперь ты, да.
Sherlock. Sherlock.
Get off me.
Sherry,
You knew, and more than that, you hid it from me.
you couldn't bear the truth, Sherlock.
I killed my own mother, John. It is unforgivable.
It was an accident, Sherlock. She was mad, abusive. You were a child, simply trying to help.
How could she? You were a lie, John. A fiction. A crutch.
No, I was a friend. Sherlock, please.
Sherlock?
What?
Are you okay?
I don't know.
I told you not to come, Sherlock. Where is he?
Who?
Your friend, John.
Why is he here?
I think, in his own way, he was trying to protect me.
Чё он так лагает?
Truth I couldn't bear, but now I must face it.
То есть он так и будет пропадать?
There is only one thing to be done.
What are you talking about?
To expect adherence to the principles of truth and justice, but to fail to hold oneself likewise accountable, it would be hypocrisy. My mother died by my hand. I must turn myself into the authorities and face the consequences of my actions.
The consequences of your actions? You were a child. She did this to you, not you unto her. You are throwing your life away in an act of moralistic vanity. Think of all you could accomplish for our nation.
This is where we differ, Mycroft. To you, the ends justify the means. To me, the means have decided the end. The truth is the truth.
Fine, Sherlock. Walk yourself into the police station and pray those men you oft embarrassed hold no grudges. If you're lucky, they'll simply exile you. If not, I'll see you in 20.
Are you going to berate me too? Try and talk me out of it? As I told my brother, if I cannot demonstrate the character I chastise others for lacking.
Sherry, I think this is something you will have to do yourself.
Myself? How do you mean?
All I ever did, all I ever wanted, was to protect you from what happened. And now you tell me I was wrong to try, that it was ego or hypocrisy to show a young boy kindness. But it was just empathy, creativity, and love for one's self. So please, please, Sherlock, don't do it.
Why can none of you see it? The truth is the truth. A murder is a murder. Tell me, John, why?
Because you're breaking my heart. I know. You've decided. I know. I just wish you hadn't.
I'm sorry, John. All these years we spent together, all the time I took for granted. You'll always be a part of me.
No, Sherry. That's the point. I don't think I will.
Вот это мне непонятно. Что типа каждая концовка только от нас зависит? То есть этот Майнкрафт вообще ничего не решает? Ну, просто ты видел концовки эти? Типа в той он так сказал, что типа это так было. В этой он так сказал, что так было.
Otto was merely the gravity that... Why? To help you. You're lying. More lies. To see what had happened. You're my masterpiece. I remain. It is a matter of will and power now. Will you overcome this? Oh, on that... I want... When one wants... Now... You really are beautiful. I was prepared to take responsibility for my actions, but again my brother conspired against me. A little diplomatic pressure and the trial was dismissed. Instead, I was exiled from Cordona. Freedom never tasted so bitter. Another perversion of justice at Mycroft's hand. With no means, no home, and no purpose, I returned to London. I enrolled at Cambridge University, but few lectures held my interest. I prefer to spend time alone at the hospital laboratory, pursuing truths in chemical form.
And
how far, How are you?
How on earth?
Never mind. Why?
Well,
oh,
Doctor.
Короче, Майкрофт говорит и поддерживает любое его решение. То есть он сам не знает правды. Ну типа он знает, но типа от нашего выбора зависит, что он скажет.
То есть он сам не знает. Ну типа он знает, но типа от нашего выбора зависит, что он скажет.
О, вот это гораздо удобнее.
Вот это гораздо удобнее.
О.
Sherlock. Sherlock.
Get off me.
Sherry, you couldn't bear the truth, Sherlock, so I shouldered it for...
Otto Richter murdered my mother, and Mycroft covered it up. Whisked me away from this place, buried me in schoolwork, and left the past to rot.
And you needed a way to cope, so I helped.
You were a lie, John. A fiction. A crutch.
No, I was a friend. Sherlock, please.
Sherlock?
What?
Are you okay?
I don't know.
I told you not to come, Sherlock. Where is he?
Who?
Your friend, John.
He's beside you.
Was all this worth it? Is he worth it?
Why is he here?
I think, in his own way, he was trying to protect me. A truth I couldn't bear. But now I must face it. You kept me in the dark and kept your actions quiet. You enabled Richter and his untested quackery for far too long. Worse, you wanted to lock up our mother.
I wanted to give you a chance at normalcy, at childhood. There was no changing what happened, no good to come of dwelling in the past.
It was lies upon lies. Otto Richter killed our mother, and you kept it from me. You had no right. I deserved to know.
You deserved to live, Sherlock. In his twisted mind, he killed her for you. But you didn't need to bear the burden of his choice. You were so fragile. I could not. I just couldn't. I chose us over him.
You know, for once, I actually believe you. And perhaps, now that the truth is out, I can finally do what you had hoped. Leave it all in the past.
Good. You have your whole life ahead of you, Sherlock. It is time you get on with it.
I was worried there for a minute, Sherry. Really worried. I didn't want to hurt you. What's so funny?
I am talking to myself, John. I think I was hurt regardless.
But we made a good team, eh? Explored every inch of this place together.
helped a lot of people, terrorized a few too, I suppose. I think I may go so far as to say, Sherry, that I have not lived wholly in vain.
So that's it. It's over.
You've opened every door, Sherry. Faced the past you locked away. You don't need me anymore.
I know. I will miss you all the same. I don't want you to go.
Нафига он моргает?
You do.
Нельзя сделать плавное затухание.
Bye, John.
Нафига он моргает? Нельзя сделать плавное затухание.
Еще осталась последняя концовка.
Еще не все.
Why are you here? Closure, I suppose. And to help. Ha! There was no love lost between me and my brother. Otto was merely the gravity that pulled me in. Why? To help you. To You really are beautiful. After everything, Cordona felt hollow, cloying. I returned to London and joined Mycroft in his work for the Crown, but soon that too soured. He cannot abide me being right, or perhaps I cannot abide him being wrong. I left after 2 months. I enrolled at Cambridge University, though it proved similarly unsatisfying. The lectures were of limited interest. I am more obsessed with my work in a hospital laboratory, pursuing medical research and devising novel testing methods. At least there, I can be confident in the truth. I think about you in the evenings. I helped a woman with a trivial matter, and now others arrive at my door for assistance with their mysteries. We could have spent years on the case together, just like Cordona. But I didn't listen to you, John. Now you're gone. I found it! I found it! I found...
And...
How far, Bruce, how in and
Well,
indeed. What have you...
well,
Oh,
Не сказал, к тебе пойдет. Я ее пустил.
Sherlock.
Get off me.
Sherry,
You knew, and more than that, you hid it from me.
you couldn't bear the truth, Sherlock, so I shut.
Otto Richter murdered my mother, and Mycroft covered it up. Whisked me away from this place, buried me in schoolwork, and left the past to rot.
And you needed a way to cope, so I helped.
You were a lie, John. A fiction. A crutch.
No, I was...
Sherlock,
What?
I told you not to come, Sherlock.
Who?
Your friend, John.
He's beside you.
Was all this worth it? Is he...
Why is he...
Sherlock, what are you doing?
You kept me in the dark and kept your actions quiet. You enabled Richter and his untested quackery for far too long. And worse, you wanted to lock up our mother.
I wanted to give you a chance at normalcy, childhood. There was no changing what happened, no good to come of dwelling in the past.
It was lies upon lies. Otto Richter was trying to save her, but you decided he deserved to take the fall. Is that justice?
The big picture, Sherlock. The big picture. Perhaps Richter was not responsible for her fit of rage, but his treatment led inexorably to that moment. You were so fragile. I could not... I just couldn't. I chose us over him.
You know, for once I believe you. Perhaps now that the truth is out, I can actually do what you had hoped. Leave it all in the past.
Good. You have your whole life ahead of you, Sherlock. It is time you got on with it.
I was worried there for a minute, Sherry. Really worried. I didn't want to hurt you. What's so...
I am talking to myself, John.
But we made a good team, eh? Explored every inch of this place together. Helped a lot of people. Terrorized a few too, I suppose. I think I may go so far as to say, Sherry, that I have not...
So that's it.
You've opened every door, Sherry. Faced the past you locked away. You don't need me anymore.
I know. I will.
Yes.
Goodbye, John. Why are you here?
Closure, I suppose. And to help a friend.
You...
Походу, Twitch вообще упал весь.
You really...
My brother returned to London soon after our disagreement. He enrolled at Cambridge University but attends only the rare classes that hold his interest. I hear he took employment at a hospital laboratory, obsessing over his experiments. I suppose he seeks solace in the empirical truth of a chemical test. I am afraid for him. His evenings are spent alone, solving citizens' menial mysteries to pass the time. And I suspect he is growing paranoid. One of my agent's vehicles recently ignited during a surveillance operation. She was lucky to get out alive. There is only one man who could orchestrate such a feat. Or perhaps two. I saved my brother. He will never forgive me. There is only one man who could orchestrate such a feat. I saved my
I found it!
And...
How far? How I...
Well, doc...
Что, все?
Угу.
Ну все, пока.
Давай.
Пошел я в Хардстоун. Ты что, будешь дальше миссии проходить?